Boom, we got action. If you know that reference, comment in the chat. Boom, we got action. Okay. So we have kicked off SB 30 here. If you're joining on Instagram, you're not getting the same audio as everybody else. You can't see the screen, so hop over to YouTube. Just wanted to let y'all know on Instagram that we are live streaming with video from SB 30. Hop over to YouTube, join us. We got a couple people in the chat on YouTube. A couple viewers already watching, baby. Let me still get cleaned up here. So here's the reason they wanted to start early today, because this bribed scumbag knows that this bill is awful, that the public hates this bill. Ooh, wait, I want to hear from Moody real quick.
From others on technical points, on legalese, on how these words will work in the courtroom. But I want to thank you for being here, and for those others that are going to be here until there's because no matter what those words on paper say,
That's right. They're just words on paper until they affect your loved ones, you corrupt bastards. Man, my whiteboard ain't getting no clean. Go up these markers on too long, my friends.
The chair calls our next panel of witnesses Paul Hardin, Ben Patterson, Brent Becking, and Kylie Taylor. The next panel after that will be John Sparza, Glenn Hammer, Anthony Holmes, and Neil Becking.
Well, I might need to go get a sponge because this shit ain't coming off, my friends.
Mr. Hardin?
Thank you, Mr.
All right,
Chairman.
let's start with you. I've got you here, Paul Hardin, President and CEO of the Texas Food and Fuel Association, registered for the bill. Is that correct?
Texas Fuel and Food. Sounds like a truck driver.
Registered for the bill.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, I guess it still is. Mr. Chairman and committee members, my name is Paul Hardin, President and CEO of Texas Food and Fuel Association, and our folks represent.
Why does this dude look like a fat Kurt Russell? Or fat Russell Crowe. Ugly Russell Crowe.
Proliferation of advertising for medical malpractice. It was certainly a lucrative business for trial lawyers. Then the legislature took action, and guess what you no longer see? Medical malpractice billboards. The money just isn't there. They've been replaced with vehicle accident solicitations because that's where the money is. You've seen the billboards, $1 billion here, $100 million there. Why so lucrative? Well, one of the primary reasons.
Could be because the truck drivers kill people. You ever think about that? Fat ass? Jesus, I need to calm down, folks. You need to calm down, calling people fat. That's not good. We got to keep it professional here. Jen, I see you on there. I need you to join on the YouTube so you can watch these fools. Appreciate you being here, though.
Back up, pain and suffering. These deceptive practices add up to extremely expensive court battles for the industry, with many of them completely frivolous. And this, of course, leads
Frivolous.
to exorbitant rates, insurance rates for not only businesses in the state of Texas, but every individual in the state of Texas.
Prove it wrong. Time and time
Basically,
again.
the cost of inaction far outweighs the investment. You can put a stop to this, and I strongly urge you to take action and pass out HB 4806.
Thank you, Mr. Hardin. Mr. Hardin, if I could get you to move over one chair and make way for it. Is it Kylie? Okay, Kylie, if you want to come down here on the end, I'm going to let these other gentlemen go first. So take your time, make yourself comfortable.
Look at this.
Mr. Hardin will help you there with the microphone. Is it Brent Becking? Am I saying that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Brent, I have you here registered twice. You're registered CEO.
Rashad, join us over on the YouTube, my friend. Love to have you on if you're free. Personal injury lawyer. You guys saw our podcast that we just interview or podcast, whatever the youngins are calling it these days. Just dropped it over on the YouTube.
So can I keep the one you're ready?
Thank you for Shaw. Join us over on YouTube, man. Let me know if you're free. Would love to have you on. We got ETN Tepperman coming at around 8 a.m.
Good morning. My name is Brent Decking. I'm an Aggie engineer and a seventh-generation Texan.
I saw-
A 20-year administrator of ProCare, which operates multidisciplinary clinics across Texas, providing best-in-class care. There's one certain outcome of this bill. It will severely limit injured Texans' access to
That's right.
care. Forget about high-quality care. Most won't receive the treatment you want for your own family.
That's right.
This is certain for three reasons. First, admitting 300 and limiting to 300% of Medicare as evidence of reasonable charges makes no sense. Where did that number come from? It's arbitrary. In 20 years, I've never seen it used anywhere. No physician can run a practice on 300% of Medicare when paid 2 to 5 years.
Ooh, I need to go get my other camera.
After services are rendered. This only discourages doctors from treating the injured. Second, SB 1264.
Need to lower my video settings because I'm getting some serious lag.
Excuse me. Could be used as evidence of reasonable charges. Why isn't UCR included here? This is one of many standards used nationwide by physicians to set charges. Charges that don't vary based on the payer, whether it's private insurance, Medicare, or an injury case. This bill severely limits what a jury can see by only presenting an arbitrary benchmark of 300% of Medicare. Clearly, we can't agree on what's reasonable. Therefore, we should leave that to a jury of our peers and let our judges decide what is relevant. Finally, the disclosure rules for testifying doctors are unfair. Why would the number of attorney referrals or payments from patients over the last 2 years that are unrelated to the case at hand be automatically admissible? This is an attempt to bias juries and further burdens doctors and discourages them from wanting to provide injury care. This bill increases administrative burden, makes reimbursement uncertain, and will drive high-quality providers away from injury care.
Thank you, Mr. Becky. Appreciate your testimony. Ben Patterson. Ben, I have you here on behalf of yourself and on behalf of Patterson and Associates Insurance Agency registered for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Ben Patterson. I'm president of Patterson and Associates Insurance Agency in Richardson.
This.
I also serve on the board of directors of the Independent Insurance Agency of Texas and also on the board of directors for the Allen, Texas Economic Development Corporation.
All right.
My career in insurance has spanned over the last 29 years, and I've worked through many different market conditions.
If you were on Instagram, this is not our true live feed,
Skyrocket.
but join us over on YouTube. I'll drop a link in
Commercial auto fleets
the
and
chat.
umbrella limits. Supply and demand for
No,
commercial auto
not
insurance
letting
and
me.
umbrella limits continues to increase, but insurance carriers available and willing to insure these exposures is limited, thus driving the continued increase in insurance premiums. Texas has always prided itself on being a business-friendly state, but has now lost its luster to the continued increase in nuclear verdicts occurring in Texas. Curbing nuclear verdicts will help the Texas economy thrive and keep Texas as a prominent business.
Nuclear verdicts. Hey, where have we heard that before? It's another damn lie. I highly doubt this guy's little insurance shop in Fort Worth's ever paid a nuclear verdict. Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta go get my camera.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Okay, Ms. Taylor, I have you here, Kylie Taylor, on behalf of yourself, registered against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kylie Taylor, and I'm an independent voter. On January 19th, 2022, I was a regular, able-bodied high school student in all AP classes looking forward to college and one day starting a family. Those plans changed when I was on my way to my grandparents' house from my part-time job. I was hit from behind by a man in a truck so hard that I was ejected through the back window of my car. It turned out that he was watching streamed videos and had a history of rear-ending others in the company vehicle. As a result of the collision, I broke my neck, my back, and I also have a pacemaker and stage 3 kidney disease. I cannot roll over in bed by myself. I need help with my bowel and bladder routine.
Oh,
I cannot
jeez.
get my own plate of food. I cannot pick up a glass of water if I need it. And I physically cannot be alone ever. I'm paralyzed. Cannot walk. This is the only use of my arms and hands that I have. This is physical impairment, not mental anguish.
For those of you on Instagram, so a young woman right now is completely paralyzed. Is testifying about what physical impairment would now mean under the statute. Join us on YouTube.
Not wage loss. Everything I just said is a part of my physical impairment. Those are separate from mental anguish and wage loss. Had this bill been in effect in 2022, my physical impairment would be worth nothing.
That's right. You should get nothing under this statute, you corrupt pigs. Jesus Christ.
I understand your concern with fighting fraud and lawsuits, but there has to be a better way than punishing people like myself. Please vote no on House Bill 4806.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Thank you for being here. We hear you, and I want you and all the witnesses, just like the Sprague family before you, to know that although we're rolling through this testimony quickly, we're taking notes, we're listening, we hear you, and we appreciate you being here. You make this process complete and full for us, and we're taking notes, and later we're going to have an opportunity to ask questions about your...
Oh, you're taking notes, dude. Then why limit the testimony to 2 hours today? Why? Because you know the bill sucks. You should drop the bill right now. Right now. You just heard from a girl who's paralyzed who, under your bill, Jeff Leach, would get nothing. But what do you say to her? You give her the same fluff piece we heard in the Senate, the same fluff piece we heard in the trucking bills. Oh, we're taking notes. Oh, this wouldn't affect you. Oh, this wouldn't close the courthouse doors. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Specific
God
incident and case to some of our invited witnesses. And so I appreciate you being here. Thank you for your testimony. Did you have something, Chairman?
Yeah, I
Dutton?
just had a quick question for Mr. Harden.
Yes, sir.
In your testimony, you said that because of the medical malpractice reform, we've taken all the money out of it, I think you said. And I guess my question was, are people injured any less or damaged as a result of medical negligence?
Great question. House Rep asks, are people injured less now that you've kept MedMal? Answer, no. Ever heard of Dr. Death? Shout out to K-Man Way.
I would say no to that
Shout out to
question.
Josh
I would
Berman,
say
man.
that there's less opportunity for trial lawyers to gain a lot more money out of the system.
Finest trial
Thank you.
lawyers in America.
Can I ask
Just
a
a great,
Representative Flores.
great mentor to me, great guy.
And have insurance rates been
Josh, we'd
reduced
love to
when
have you.
we
We'd
we
love to have
did
you on the
medical
show
mal
today.
and we lowered? and
But that
put-
man is
put
probably in a
caps?
jury trial right
Did
now.
that improve the rates of insurance? Did that make them go down?
Yes, ma'am. I think other physician, or I'm not a physician, but I think physicians that testify today, certainly I would ask them. I was employed with a medical association at the time that was passed, and during that time, you could not get, for instance, an OB-GYN on the border. It just didn't happen because med-mal rates were so high. I think we were down to 2 med-mal insurers in the state of Texas, and then after reform passed, we had a lot more come back into the state, med-mal companies, which reduced rates.
I believe we're a lot lower in OB-GYN doctors now in the state of Texas, so I'm not
Okay.
sure that
Okay.
meshes.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. Appreciate you each being here. The chair calls John Esparza, Glenn Hammer, Anthony Holm, and Neil Becking. The next panel will be excuse my mispronunciation of these, or any names today, Jay Barish, Carrie Silverman, Mandy Schneider, and Christy Gray. Again, the next panel on deck
Kevin
will be
Edwards.
Jay Barish, Carrie Silverman, Mandy Schneider, and Christy Gray.
We'd love to have you over on the YouTube channel. Check in on our live stream, make sure we're still healthy, still up and running. Yep, looking good. Got a total of 1 viewer, but that's okay. think a lot of people are tuning in on
Say it again.
Instagram.
What's your name?
Hey, there's Brian White.
Well,
Brian White, very famous personal injury lawyer down in the Houston Metroplex. Get Brian. Very good dude. We actually talked about this bill on Instagram DMs. Really encouraged him to go down there, have a client. That must be Brian's client who just testified. I'm really glad he had her speak about this horrific bill. There's Jim Perdue, my boy.
Come on up here and join us anyways, because I've called you.
Look at this room. Look how packed this room. This is why this son of a bitch wanted to start at 7 a.m. because he knew this room would be packed. This room is so packed with witnesses against this bill that they're having to use a spillover room.
You're registered to testify, so I just need to get you on the record.
Okay, so a couple things for today. Got some live guests you can see in the background. We're going to have Etan Tepperman. He's coming in around 8:15, joining us shortly. Got Nolan Ryan Law coming in at around 11. If you're on Instagram or on YouTube, shoot me a text or just comment in the chat saying, hey, can I hop in? Can I give my thoughts on this? Because, and I would gladly send you the link to join both live streams, both on Instagram, both on YouTube. I'd love to have you on because testimony has been limited today from 7 to 10 p.m. So let's get it on YouTube. If Jeff Leach won't allow victims to testify at the Capitol, let's testify on YouTube. I will email him your testimony. I will cut up the clips. I will send him this live stream, and we will be heard. Let's go back to the stream.
And TLR in particular for its decades of excellent work to help foster a model civil justice environment.
Model? Fuck you.
Recent trends have shown a shift in the Texas litigation environment and the rise of nuclear verdicts caused by inflated medical bills have put pressure on job creators.
Oh my God, I don't even want to hear this, dude. This is pressure on job creators. What about the pressure on the families who face millions of dollars in medical bills? Thank you, Trevor. Thanks for joining on Instagram. Hop over to YouTube if you want to see some of the Senate testimony. Trevor, do me a favor. Let me know in the chat on Instagram if you can hear me. I got two microphones I'm working here, but I don't know if Instagram is picking me up. So please let me know, buddy. Thank you. All right. So I'm not going to cover what this idiot's talking about. I'm going to lay out here what's our agenda for today. So I've got a couple items. One, SB 30, how we got here. And I'll probably cover that during industry folks' testimony because I don't give a shit what they have to say. You shouldn't give a shit what they have to say. Like, look, this guy, this is one of the guys who testified in the Senate Trucking Committee.
Haven't really heard of or discussed. And this
Sorry, not Trucking Committee. He is a member of the Lone Star Economic Alliance Committee who is, no, he is the spokesperson for the Trucking Association, Texans for Trucking Reform or some crap.
in this area, Glenn here calls it the Texas miracle, what we've seen here for decades in the state, and we're proud to be a part of that as a business community. But what we also have is a Texas premium being put on trucking companies in particular, insurance in the commercial industry across the board, so much so that we've got insurance companies that have been leaving the state of Texas. A company might operate in all 48 states, and an insurer, a national insurer may insure that company in all those states, but when they look at their miles in Texas, they're adding a premium to that based on the environment that we have here with lawsuits. And we are talking about fraud in this space, and I very much appreciate
Fraud?
Dr.
Wait, if there's fraud, where's the criminal indictments? How come I haven't been
Bond's
indicted?
thoughtful approach to putting legislation to attempt to address that. And I know we're hearing from a lot of folks and families that are affected in many ways, and in many ways adversely. And my condolences with them as well.
condolences.
But what this bill will ultimately do is prevent this environment from not only continuing, but what we're seeing in this space today. I've got a week-long course going on in the office right now where I have safety
Whoa, look at this guy with the tats and the mask on.
professionals from around the state that are teaching safety individuals from individual companies about safety and improving that environment.
let's not forget about that, that you have to, in order to have a nuclear verdict rendered against you, you got to kill somebody. John Taffer, shout out right there. If you watch Bar Rescue, you'll know what that quote is. Like, you have to be negligent to get popped, okay? Here we go. Let's see
Okay,
what
I've got
Rich
you here
says.
on behalf of yourself and registered against the bill. Is that correct?
Damn right.
That's correct.
Okay, and I know you just wanted to submit your testimony, but you've registered to testify, so go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Can we talk about how god-awful his suit is? Jesus Christ. Posting a link in the live stream video. Oh, Bruce Steckler joined. Wow, very famous lawyer. I'm actually sitting in his conference room. So, hey, shout out to Bruce Steckler for being a quasi-sponsor of the live stream by allowing us to use his conference room. I don't have to be stuck in the closet. Got plenty of room for guests, giveaways, which we'll get into here in a little bit. If you want to register for a giveaway, throw a comment in the Instagram or the YouTube live stream. Going to be giving away Starbucks gift cards, Amazon cards, free t-shirts. Noah and Ryan's coming through with some merchandise. He's got a lot of cool merch that he'll be giving out. I think he's going to give out some hats. And those will be drawn at random. So I'll get everybody on Instagram right now. Let me jot those names down. And you will be entered into the giveaway pool. Okay, we're up on LinkedIn.
Comprehensive workers' comp clinics for over 10 years. ODG has some significant issues in how
should be joining
it
us
relates to
shortly.
patient
I'll be
care
looking on
and
YouTube.
the supporting of complex case management, to include the limited healthcare guidance. There are validity concerns
Speed
as
this guy
well
up
with
so we
ODG.
can close
Thank you.
it
Thank you for
to-
your testimony. Anthony Holm, I have you here on behalf of yourself registered against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, private citizen.
We got
against the
3
bill.
viewers
Thank you so
on
much for
YouTube,
having me. I'm
baby.
going to try to
Let's
get to 6 points
go.
quickly in 2 minutes. The first one is, it appears that we're going to have 30 or 35 people able to petition the government on what the proponents of this bill are calling the largest rewrite of the tort system since 2003. I
Whoa.
think that's curious. And the second is the constitutionality. I saw someone in the Solicitor General's office in the overflow room. I would encourage the body to call in the AG's office because there are.
Yes, let's hear from the Attorney General who's filing personal injury lawsuits against some of the biggest manufacturers in the world. And they're opposing this shit.
Very curious constitutional issues, at least as I read them. And the four substantive are, Dr. Bonin, this violates an attorney privilege mandate. It's akin to the legislation being passed forcing us to violate, or doctors to violate, the Hippocratic Oath. This forces us to give information, even though it's anonymous, of prior clients to new parties. Second,
Okay.
I suggest that sex assault victims are actually impaired by the bill, and I'm happy to explain why, both adult and child. Third, there is language in this, however one wants to read it, that ultimately caps in some form or fashion, linked to Medicare, lowest statewide rate or otherwise, what a jury can tell a defendant to repay a victim. Yet there's no language in there that says if a jury is capped at X, then a doctor or hospital must accept X as full and final settlement. So we're very likely to end up with people getting a $20,000 lid with a $30,000 surgery, yet they become creditors, and they're chased by the hospitals and the doctors. So I suggest this body would include a line to that end. In the absence of that,
Trying to write down
it
some of the
is,
names that we have
it's going to
here on
impair
Instagram.
people. It's almost mean-spirited. And then the third thing is some of the common sense aspects of it. We're telling people who largely get their face burned off or lose a foot in this bill that all of their suffering is mental anguish. And I just suggest that that's wrong and bad policy. There's other issues too. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Holm. I have a question. I'd like a simple yes or no answer to it. Are you behind, or do you have anything to do with the attack ads run against me and or my Republican colleagues in the House? Yes or no?
Well, sir, I'm not.
Yes or no?
I'm trying to answer your question. My organization, which I am the
What
treasurer.
is your organization?
First Amendment Alliance Educational Fund.
Yes
and
or
it has-
no, do you have knowledge of or anything to do with the attack ads that have been run against me and my Republican colleagues in the House? Yes or
Chairman,
no?
Chairman Leach, I'm trying to answer your question.
So the answer is yes.
Sir, if you don't want me to speak, that's okay, but allow me to answer or don't ask the question, please, is my
Answer
request.
quickly.
Okay. I have an organization which I'm the treasurer. It's called First Amendment Alliance Education.
Boo-hoo, there's attack ads against Jeff Leach. Maybe because your bill sucks. You ever think about that? Oh, there's attack ads. Oh, there's attack. Oh, boo-hoo.
Educational Fund. My name is in the disclaimer, and it is running ads on the trucking bill 100%, and it's clear and open and
And this
evident.
bill too, because we're not on the trucking bill, but there's both bills. I want to make this quick because I want to move on. The answer is yes, you do have something to do with it. Are you willing to disclose the funders to disclose to the
Are you willing to disclose the amount of money TLR has given you?
legislators, including myself, who is paying for the attack ads?
Sir, I'm not involved. I'm not giving money. I'm not being paid money. I'm not sure what you're referencing. There's thousands of ads.
So
and
you're
I am
representing
very-
to this committee and to the legislature that you have nothing to do with and you're not involved in any of the attack ads running in our districts?
Well, that's a big open-ended question. And if I have been helpful to somebody who is spreading positive and honest messaging against what I think is a bad bill, then I say I hope
Yeah,
so.
attacking
But I don't know
me and my
exactly.
Republican colleagues, Mr. Holman, saying we don't care about the victims of sexual abuse and assault, that we don't care
Probably because you don't.
about child pediatric gender modification surgeries, that I in my own district don't care about my firefighters who I have a tremendous relationship with and have received their support over and over and over again. Those are dishonest, deceptive ads that are running, and I'm glad that you have admitted to the legislature or
That's
refused
not an
to
accurate
admit.
statement. I don't appreciate being talked over. I'll debate this bill
Members,
and
any
all
other
the policies
questions?
at
Any
any
other
point in time
questions for this
with you and
panel of
your
witness?
district. No problem,
Yes,
sir.
Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you. I'm not going to push back on Texas leading the nation in truck deaths. Glenn, I'm not going to push back with you today on issues of Texas Miracle and how other things are impacting that, because
The Texas miracle. Is it a miracle when the families get killed? What about
we do have a short, limited amount of time to hear from
Is it a miracle that we lead the nation in truck deaths? Is that a miracle? I mean, what the fuck are we talking about here?
the many people that I see here that are victims. But I do appreciate you being here, but I don't want my silence on either of those points to be considered acceptance of the statement, because I want to hear from the public. Thank you.
No,
And I would like to reiterate that
legislature
point as
does
well.
not provide, I think.
Okay, thank you, members. Any other questions for this panel? All right, thanks to each of you. Yeah, Representative Hood.
And this is for Mr. Holm. You
I
mentioned,
do know personally a lot of the people that have told me personally that are going to testify in committee, but the full list I don't have.
constitutional concerns. What constitution, like, just very briefly, like a shorthand?
Well, first, I don't know all of them that the Solicitor General's office is prepared to speak to, and they're really the appellate gurus. I'm a state lawyer. I prefer to defer to them and encourage you to call them up.
We'll
They're
call them
here.
up later, Representative Hood, and get answers to those questions. Thank you to this panel of witnesses. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you all.
The chair calls Jay Barash, Carrie Silverman, Mandy Schneider, and Christy Gray.
You know what I would have loved? I would have loved if he had said, when asked, hey, are you running tax ads against me? Hell yeah, I am. Because I represent the people of Texas, and you're a corrupt piece of crap who's taken over $5 million, folks. $5 million Jeff Leach has received from TLR. But he has the nerve to feign that he actually cares about people because his feelings get hurt over attack ads that are truthful. But, oh, Jeff Leach gets butthurt. You're going to notice this all day today. He does this in every hearing. Anytime Jeff Leach gets criticized or Jeff Leach gets a chance to attack a personal injury lawyer, he barges through the door and attacks the personal injury lawyer. Doesn't ever attack the victims. Instead, he lies to their face, the victims. But it's just such a BS double standard. I mean, you're really going to criticize people for running attack ads. So it's really not an attack ad. It's, hey, Jeff Leach is sponsoring a bill funded by TLR that hurts consumers and hurts injured Texans. If you're so proud of the bill, Jeff Leach, why don't you come out with your own ad saying, hey, Texans, this is why the bill's good for you. But you won't do that, will you, Mr. Leach?
Call it medical care, unnecessary procedures being done,
Oh, here we
and
go. This is about-
outrageous billing,
I don't want to hear this.
far
dude.
exceeding that which is usual and customary for the same procedure in the world. Procedures.
Okay, so we're going to fast forward through him. Everybody on Instagram, thanks for joining in. Hop over to YouTube. I need to post the YouTube link. Let me see if I know how to do that. I don't think I do. No questions yet. Let me see if I can post the link. All right, there is the link. I just dropped the link in the Instagram live stream. So join us on YouTube if you want to hear the live testimony. But if you just want to hear me yell and scream, appreciate that too. Let's check in on Etan Tepperman. Maybe he is.
Value of outstanding and future medical expenses after hearing evidence not only of the amount billed, but also the amount that healthcare providers would be paid through private insurance, or if the plaintiff does not have private insurance, 120% of the Medicare rate. And most recently in Georgia, this April, they adopted a law that allows juries to decide the reasonable value of medical care after hearing evidence of the healthcare provider's charged amount and also the amount the plaintiff's public or private healthcare insurance would actually pay for those services. And in both Florida and in Georgia, any letter of protection arrangement that may have led to unnecessary treatment or excessive charges is disclosed. We're starting to see results in Florida, early data showing that the state's insurance environment has stabilized and more insurers are entering the market, and some auto insurers have filed for rate reductions. Thank you. We support this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Silverman. Mandy Schneider, I have you on behalf of yourself registered against the bill. Is that correct?
Hi, yes, that's correct. My name is Mandy Schneider. I'm a survivor of child sexual abuse. I'm here in opposition to HB 4806 because it will be devastating for survivors like me. I'm 20 years old.
Ms. Schneider, can you move the mic just a little bit closer? Thank you.
I'm 20 years old from Frisco, Texas. I'm a multiple-time gold medalist jiu-jitsu athlete. I was adopted by my parents, and my dad carries a Christian nonprofit for orphans in Zambia. When I was 16, I was raped by my coach while he was in jiu-jitsu competition. The gym I went to had allowed an adult male coach to travel alone with a female minor. I reported to the police and then issued a warrant for his arrest. Unfortunately, the coach who abused me was not a U.S. citizen and had already fled the country, and they could not prosecute him since. When I told adults in my gym what happened, they shamed me, blamed me, and forced me to work with him. They failed to report that a child had been raped and making me do it instead. I reported in hopes that it would protect other children, but like many others, I have not seen justice through the criminal justice system. This left the civil court system as my only option, and my civil case is pending in Harris County as we sit here today. While my case will not be impacted by this bill, I'm here as a voice for thousands of others who can be affected by this. The impact of sexual violence is not something that can be defined by lawmakers with a one-size-fits-all formula. It is unjust to use one definition for sexual trauma because it impacts everyone differently. This bill penalizes survivors who have tried to move on and keep going to school, work in the face of great pain and suffering.
Let's turn down the audio a little bit, folks. Jen, you have been entered into the giveaway. Thank you.
If this bill passes, Texas will take a huge step backward in protecting children in this state. I appreciate what Chairman Jeff Leach recently said, that you either stand with victims of sexual abuse or you stand against them. Passing this legislation will be standing against us and standing with...
For your courage and your bravery and for being here.
Thank you for your courage and bravery, but I'm too big of a... Oh, look, Austin Smith refuses to join the live stream. Been asked on multiple occasions. He's peeping over the window over there, trial lawyer. But Jeff Leach.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad you're here. I will have nothing to do with a bill, any bill that penalizes or that takes tools away from victims and survivors of sexual abuse.
Then why are you sponsoring the bill? Why are you asking about attack ads? Because you know that this bill affects sexual abuse victims.
I will have nothing to do with it. And I believe this committee stands in solidarity on that.
Then how come the bill only has one small carve-out for sexual assault victims, which is a prior statement, which is going to get excluded on hearsay grounds, by the way. Nobody's talked about that, how the one carve-out they've done for sexual assault victims will be objected to as hearsay. We're going to get into that a little bit later today.
And that goes from our criminal justice perspective and our civil justice perspective. The court system, our justice system should be wide open to you and to any victim of sexual abuse and assault, not only against your perpetrator, but against any individual or group who harbored your perpetrator. I hope you hear me when I say that, and we intend to prove it to you, okay? Thank you for being here. The chair calls, is it Ms. Gray?
Yes, sir.
Christy Gray, have you here on behalf of yourself registered against the bill, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
My name is Christy Gray. I'm from Stanton, Texas, and I oppose House Bill 4806. Envision a person you know in their early 20s with their entire future ahead of them, perhaps building a business or preparing for a proposal. Yes, that person. Now imagine having that stripped away in a split second by someone's negligence driving an 18-wheeler during inclement weather at an unsafe speed while on their cell phone, causing traumatic brain injury that completely changed the trajectory of someone's life. As we gathered to celebrate Christmas of 2023, that is exactly what happened to my son Coulter. I had to watch it on a dash cam 3 times. That moment of impact that changed the course of his life and left him in a coma for months, followed by a life bound to a wheelchair with his entire brain sheared apart from the force of the impact. The driver's words play over and over in my head. I didn't even know
Now I know why that guy was wearing a mask. He's a burn victim. That's why the guy behind him, you can see his face a little clearly now. I think it looks like he's a burn victim. Jesus.
back to a child.
Remember, under this bill, he cannot recover unless he's not wearing a mask. It has to be observable injury to the naked eye.
Services for attendant care, medical needs, and lifestyle improvements to get through the remainder of his life. He is shrouded by...
Look, he's crying. There's people crying. We're an hour in, and there's people crying, Jeff Leach. Meanwhile, you're whining about attack ads on a bill that you're sponsoring. What do you do for their tears, you piece of shit?
pain and social isolation. And as his mother, my greatest fear is who will take care of him when I'm gone? Some facility that you wouldn't want your loved one in? That was the offer from the insurance companies. Just enough payment to house Coulter in a subpar nursing home to waste away and die so they could keep their money. Is that what you would want for a young person that came to the forefront of your mind? To be victimized twice by an irresponsible driver and by a change in law? I certainly hope not. Future victims
Hope not either.
are counting on you
But that's what they want. That's what they're paid to do.
to make sure that doesn't happen.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? Yes, Representative Flores.
Thank you for your testimony, and I want to say that I will not be part of a piece of legislation that will abandon victims who have been maimed or have been hurt in such a...
That's exactly what the bill does. We all know it.
So just know that,
Thank you.
that's my position on this.
Chairman Dutton.
Thank you. Doctor, if I understood your testimony, you sort of place the problem at bad doctors. Is that correct?
Well, it's, I call it, yeah, they're bad because they're doing things that aren't indicated. And I can constantly see it, and I report it to the medical board, and they have been lackadaisical about progressing to chastise these people or even take their license away. I see medical care, chiropractic care, for which there's no indication. I see it billed at 10 times what normal reimbursements are for.
Isn't that called capitalism? What about when Martin, who was that douchebag who raised insulin prices like 5,000% and ended up going to jail? Where were the Republicans then? I think they just called it capitalism. This isn't even close to that.
Bad doctors, so to speak.
Amen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you to this panel of witnesses. Thank you for sharing your story. Chair calls Monica Albright-Smith, Charla Aldous, Robert Bondurant,
Charla's joining. Let's go, Charla!
and Brett Butler.
Young lady, my heart goes out to you.
The next panel will be Barry Detlefson, David Sirach, Shmaryahu Cohen, and Alan Meyer. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Okay, I've got you here as Brett Butler on behalf of yourself as a small business owner registered for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your time. My name is Brett Butler. I run a commercial subcontract construction business here in the Austin area. We drive one-ton trucks and trailers. And I feel like I'm a small business owner caught in the middle between personal injury lawyers and insurance companies. Each year, my insurance costs increase. They've pretty much doubled in the last 5 years. My prices to my customers have not increased. It's a tough market. It's a good market here, but it's a tough market. There's a lot of competitors, and we have employees that we try to take care of and do the right thing by, just as much as as we try to do the right thing by the general public with driving our trucks around. We have all of the things you would expect we would have. We have motor vehicle report checks. We have background checks. We do training. But every accident means there's a target on me and on my company and on my employees. Currently, I have two open cases. One is literally a 3 to 4 car parking lot where it was a little fender bender. Currently, there's a claim for $60,000 of medical, and you look at it and you would be incredulous if you saw it. And we don't believe that we were at fault. We think that the other party backed into us, but because we are.
So don't pay it. Don't pay it. Ask the judge for sanctions. Say it's a frivolous case. File a motion to dismiss. Ask for sanctions.
A company with insurance, we're a target. I have the same thing on another one with the Walmart parking lot fender bender. I personally showed up for that one and made sure that everyone was okay and talked to the people and stayed there for a couple of hours while her husband showed up and talked to him and same thing. Everyone's fine, and then all of a sudden a month later,
Alexandria, thanks for joining us on YouTube.
My primary
Good to
concern
see you.
about
Hope
rates
Jen's
being
watching.
up at night is whether or not I'll be able to get insurance next year. I'm not defending.
I'm going to enter you into the live giveaway. We're giving away hats, T-shirts, Amazon cards, Starbucks cards. So Alexandria,
Robert Bondurant.
you have now been entered into the giveaway. If you're watching us on YouTube, please be sure to drop a comment in the live chat.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Good morning.
So I know that you're with me. I've turned off Instagram. I'm going to be posting it throughout the day. Turned off the live. Got E10 coming in a second. Should be joining us any minute now.
Martin Resource Management, headquartered in Kilgore, Texas, since '83. Martin currently has 1,700 employees, of which 815 live in Texas. One of Martin Midstream's operating companies is Martin Transports, which owns and operates a fleet of approximately 550 tank trucks. These trucks provide transportation of petroleum products, natural gas liquids, molten sulfur, sulfuric acid, chemicals, and other bulk commodities. We operate 24 truck terminals, of which 7 are in Texas. On an annual basis, we run approximately 38 million miles, of which approximately 40% are in Texas. I'm here today to testify about what we at Martin Transport have experienced specifically with our auto liability coverage. Over the last 4 years, our insurance premiums have increased by 125%. Our total liability coverage has fallen over 50%. And additionally, our retained liability has risen by 150%. Let me repeat that. Premiums up 125%, coverage down over 50%, and retained liability up by 150%.
So why are you not upset at your insurance company? If they're rising premiums and providing less coverage, why are you not upset at your insurance company? Did they do that? Or did the lawyers come in and change your premiums? The greed is incredible. And Martin Transportation, a company I've had cases with and against, a horrible trucking company. Kill people every year. Maybe that's why your premiums are going up, because you kill people.
Sharp reduction of capacity in the state, primarily for auto liability coverage. In this tug of war between trial lawyers and insurance companies or Texas businesses, and ultimately
the tug of war. Where do we get to tug, man? All we get is tort reform. Thank you, Jen White. You have been entered into the giveaway. Thanks for joining us.
It was Charles.
Okay. And then how do you say your last name?
Aldous.
Okay,
Here we go, Charla. Charla, one of my favorites. This is going to be good.
Aldous, on behalf of yourself, it says self and your clients. Can we change that to just yourself? Because
sure.
we can't have you registered on behalf of an unidentified group. So do I have your permission to just change that?
Yes, sir. You do.
On behalf of yourself as an attorney registered against the bill?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Leach. I am here, I'm not here on behalf of any organization, but I am a lawyer. But I'm also a survivor, and this is the second time I have ever said this in a public forum in my life. The first time was before the Senate, in the Senate hearing. I'm a survivor of childhood sexual abuse. I represent clients who have been sexually abused, both as children and adults. And I want you to know that this bill not only does it not prevent them from having their day in court, I would go as far as saying this bill will cause secondary victimization of these clients. And let me tell you why.
Okay.
They haven't lost a leg. They haven't lost an arm. They're not in a wheelchair, but there is an injury to their soul that will never
That's
be
right.
recovered.
That's right.
They will have faith to hope to heal from it,
An injury to their soul. I like that. I'm going to write that on the whiteboard here.
and they can get therapy to get better, but for the rest of their lives, there will be triggers that trigger the pain, the shame, the guilt of sexual abuse. If you look at this, it says you have to show a substantial disruption in your daily life. I want to tell you, it's not easy for me to stand here, and my comrades at TTLA hearing me say this, none of them would have ever suspected that I was a victim of childhood sexual abuse, but I know the pain that goes. My life, my substantial life, has not been disrupted. I continue to live. It does not diminish my pain. But Chairman Leach, I want you to look at what it says about physical pain and suffering. This bill shows there has to be medical corroboration or a prior consistent statement for a victim of sexual abuse to receive damages for physical pain and suffering. Most sexual abuse survivors don't come forward.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story and your testimony. Monica Albright-Smith, is that right? Okay. Can you move the microphone over? Can you help her out? Thank you.
We're going to keep that up all day. Great testimony again from Charlotte. As she said, she had to testify about that in the Senate for the first time in her life. I've known Charlotte for 35 years. I never knew that about her. Very courageous. But that's Charlotte. She's a freaking warrior, man. Freaking warrior. And as she said, injury to the soul is what sexual assault victims go through. Injury to the soul. That's powerful, man. That's powerful shit.
Okay, Ms. Albright-Smith, I have you here on behalf of yourself registered against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Monica Albright-Smith. I strongly oppose Senate Bill 30. I am a survivor. Exactly 20 years ago today, my mother and I were in a terrible car accident. Because of a faulty defect, the truck we were in exploded. As I was trapped and engulfed in flames, I watched my mother die. When I woke up from a coma 6 weeks later, not only did I have to realize I no longer had my mom, I also had to realize that my dream was dead too. Learning I had no legs meant I could not become a United States Marine. So in a flash, I lost my mom and my dream career. I now had to focus on surviving in a world that's not really built for my needs. I had to adapt and adjust, as I still do to this day. I was physically, emotionally, and mentally injured because of a defective product. These injuries are terrible. They're terribly painful. They're terribly expensive. PTSD is very real. I have battled that and all the pain from my injuries for 20 years now. I pursued a court case for compensation to help me continue to live and to help to get the product changes so that others would not have to suffer like I did. I succeeded. Our system allowed a jury to help myself and others. Please don't take that away. By the grace of God, I went on to have two beautiful, strong, amazing girls of my own, who I raise on
Look at those burns, man. Look at those burns.
my own. I pray that they are getting to know my mother through me each day. I'm grateful to see her and my girls each day. You cannot put a price on a life or a dream.
Well, I like that one.
Thank you, Monica.
Cannot put a
Appreciate
price
your
on a life.
testimony, and I'm very sorry for what happened to you, but thank you for being here today, Representative Flores.
Yes, I had a question. I forgot. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. About insurance rates going up so high and everything. I mean, and you said they're not tied to your record. They just go up because of claims of, lots of
Price on a lifer, it's
cases being.
Yes, it's a lack of capacity is leaving the Texas market. That is a fact. We've had over 15 carriers that I know of that have left the Texas market. So when you get less supply of coverage.
There he is. There's the man. Cannot hear you. Can you hear me, ET? Okay, let me throw you up on the live stream. And I cannot hear you. Hold on. Okay, there we go. We got ET on the live stream. Let me check it on YouTube. There, try again, ET. Say hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
There we go.
Oh, all right.
We are live with ET and Tepperman. ET, we are live here on SB30. How are you doing, my brother?
Man, I can only complain so much, Jimmy.
Well, I'm full of fucking complaints right now because we are hearing some total nonsense. I don't know if you heard. Well, let me test this, ET. If I unmute this.
Well, I think if you get price regulation.
Can you hear that testimony?
I can't hear it. And I don't, on my screen, I don't see. I don't see the.
Here, let me do this.
So they're already getting off to a hot start, lying about us.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, here we go. Oh, there's Charlotte. Okay.
And thank you for sharing your story with us this morning.
Okay, so I'm going to have to mute on and off on this. But, yeah, so Charla just gave great testimony. I got it on the whiteboard. She's talking about how she's been a victim of sexual assault and that under the bill, that those pain and suffering damages aren't recoverable because it's not an observable injury. And so her testimony was, well, sexual assault is an injury to the soul. Oh, here she goes again. I want to hear what she says here.
If I had a client that came into my office today and was a victim of sexual assault, and a lot of times you see cover-ups by institutions, athletic organizations, even churches. If I had a client that came into my office today with this bill, I could not represent them unless they were in a psychiatric hospital or when unable to be employed. Because this bill says there has to be a substantial disruption in your daily.
Yeah, that's right. So, really powerful testimony from Charles on that. What do you think about this 7 a.m. start, ET? First of the session.
Is it? Well, I mean, they're just trying to keep people like us from and keeping the public from seeing what's going on.
Isn't that crazy?
I mean,
that is
they know,
crazy to me.
I can say bullshit on your stream,
yeah.
Right? Okay. They know it's a bunch of bullshit, and they know it's not really popular. And unlike back when they did the tort reform in 2003, they got people like us and technology that can, let everybody know what's going on. Back then, there wasn't even an iPhone back then.
Right.
Smartphones didn't exist.
That's
and,
right.
I think that, well, I mean, it was a good little message. We need to, doctors are leaving Texas, and I'm talking about back in 2003, right? Doctors were going to be leaving Texas, and healthcare was going to be, crazy if we didn't pass this thing to protect the doctors. And now, they're teaching medical students that if a baby is born and there's a problem, make sure that it's dead so you don't have to pay any long-term damages.
Right.
Because I mean, that's basically the effect of that. Is that Leach?
Yeah, that's okay. So Leach is going to interrupt Charles. Let's see what he says to her.
Yeah, let's see what Leach has to say.
Justice system. It is abusive in and of its nature. And I know that was not the intent. I hope to God it was not the intent for anybody. But that's what it is.
What if we just exempted sexual abuse and assault, true intentional torts crimes from the bill?
I mean, that is one solution.
So that would be to Representative Gonzalez's question, if we did something like that.
Or maybe you just don't have the bill.
Well, let me add this, though. I mean, if he's going to say, well, let's exempt the intentional tort, okay, well, what about the negligence of the cover-up?
Right. Or
right.
Hey, what about this? You know why? You know what the bigger problem there is, ET?
What's
What
that?
coverage is there for intentional torts?
Right. So exactly, right? So there wouldn't be any coverage. and then like let's say a private school that they knew this guy was going around between different school districts, because that was happening, it probably still is, right, where teachers are doing things they shouldn't be doing with students, and they let them out the back door to keep the news coverage off.
Right.
And so what the school's doing is not exactly, they're not committing intentional torts, but they are negligent for the cover up. So sure, we can sue the teacher who's got no money,
right,
for an intentional tort, but there's no, and also that also leaves open the idea that, well, there's no what is it, respondeat ad superior. So
right.
a company cannot be held liable for the criminal conduct of their employees unless it is within the course and scope of their employment.
Right.
So they would make the argument, well, teachers raping students is not in the course and scope of their employment, therefore the school is not liable for the intentional conduct. So
I never even thought about that. That's a great point.
Listen, Leach is an attorney. He knows this stuff, right?
Well, I'd love, I really want to get your feedback on his attack on, I think it was Mad Dog. Hold on one second. Let's see what he says here to Charles.
Just make it totally inapplicable to if you are a victim of sexual abuse and assault, again, a crime under the laws of the state of Texas, then this bill just does not apply.
I understand that could be an option, Chairman Leach. I've got to say one other thing. I've got two clients, one a sexual abuse client testifying today, and another one that is like my fifth child. I have 4 children, and she's in a wheelchair. This bill,
Sarah Hilburn is who she's talking about, the Uber case.
Will impact others other than just sexual abuse victims. I am here speaking because of my personal experience.
I understand. Yeah, Chairman Dutton.
Well, it seems to me that the same doctors, as we are saying, gaming the system.
Dutton's really just focused on medical billing. But there was this is going to go crazy viral. I want to see your reaction. Oh. So Jeff Leach gets into it. Where is it?
The gurus, I'm a state lawyer. I prefer
questions. Thurman, Mandy Schneider, and Chris.
Thank you all.
The chair calls Jay.
Lawyers.
In truck deaths, Glenn, I'm
Debate this.
Glad that you have my fire child college
messaging full to referencing there's that I'm not
to do with it. Are you willing?
1 second.
I want to make this quick.
It's clear and open the disclaimer, and it is right.
The answer is yes.
It's
me and a simple
other issues too.
All right.
Thank you for
Watch this, ET. This is probably the most viral moment so far to me.
allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Holm. I have a question. I'd like a simple yes or no answer to it. Are you behind, or do you have anything to do with the attack ads run against me and or my Republican colleagues in the House? Yes or no?
Well, sir, I'm not.
Yes or no?
I'm trying to answer your question. My organization, which I am the treasurer.
What is your organization?
First Amendment Alliance Educational Fund.
Yes
and
or
it has-
no? Do you have knowledge of or anything to do with the attack ads that have been run against me and my Republican colleagues in the House? Yes or no?
Chairman Leach, I'm trying to answer your question.
So the answer is yes.
Sir, if you don't want me to speak, that's okay, but allow me to answer, or don't ask a question, please. Is my
answer quickly.
Okay. I have an organization which I'm the treasurer. It's called First Amendment Alliance Educational Fund. My name is in the disclaimer, and it is running ads on the trucking bill 100%, and it's clear and open and evident.
This bill too, because we're not on the trucking bill, but there's both bills. I want to make this quick because I want to move on. The answer is yes, you do have something to do with it. Are you willing to disclose the funders to disclose to the legislators, including myself, who is paying for the attack ads?
Sir,
for you,
I'm
Jeff.
not involved. I'm not.
Yeah. Wait. Wasn't it the Republican Party who came up with the ideas of super PACs?
Getting money. I'm not being paid money. I'm not sure what you're referencing. There's thousands of ads.
So you're representing to this committee and to the legislature that you have nothing to do with, and you're not involved in any of the attack ads running in our districts.
Well, that's a big open-ended question. And if I have been helpful to what I think is a bad bill.
Sexual abuse and assault, that we don't care about child pediatric gender modification surgeries, that I in my own district don't care about my firefighters who I have a tremendous relationship with and have received their support over and over and over again. Those are dishonest, deceptive ads that are running, and I'm glad that you have admitted to the legislature
That's
or
not an
refused to
accurate
admit.
statement. I don't appreciate being talked over. I'll debate this bill
Members,
and
any
all the
other
policies
questions?
at any
other
point in time.
questions?
Begin.
How crazy is that shit, ET? What do you think?
So, all right. So, one, if obviously I'm not in that hot seat right there, but I'd be like, well, let's just pull up the list of people paying you.
Yeah. Can we
So-
talk about how TLR has given you like $5 million?
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely insane. And so, I mean, he's using this to question him about the ads that are being run against him, which he deserves, by the way, because he
Yes.
put the trucking bill. He put what was he the trucking bill from? What was it, 2021 or was that 2019?
Well,
Yeah,
let's,
HP. That was.
let's check out the. He was the proponent of the trucking bill, HB 19,
Right.
in 2019.
Right.
Yeah, he was the author of that bill.
But yeah, but like you said, I mean, the Republicans were doing the super PACs, right? And
But it's just, once again, it's like you and I saw in the Senate, how he will take every opportunity to attack personal injury lawyers. I mean, it's just so. Hold on, I gotta find the ad. Jeff Leach, SB 30 ad.
so, and I'm looking at something.
Oh, and hey, I forgot about this. Remember when he was on their freaking podcast?
Jeff was whose podcast was he on?
This is TLR's podcast.
Oh, they have a podcast.
Oh yeah, it's terrible.
Of course they do.
Yeah, it's
I
terrible.
mean, they have like what, $26 million
Yeah,
to throw.
he's on their freaking podcast.
I'm looking at something, and I don't know. I mean, this is from transparencyusa.org.
Yeah.
There's a graph, and then it looks like Q3 of 2020. So this is a year after that bill, the last trucking bill, right? His contributions spiked way up to just under $2 million.
That's
Leach.
freaking crazy.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's funny that he's questioning about, you're saying all these things that are untrue about me.
So this is the ad. I found it. This is the ad he's complaining about. See if I can get the audio to work. Yeah, here we go.
It killed your family. Representative Jeff Leach doesn't want you to know anything about him. Leach authored a bill that prevents you from.
Nothing? You can't see it?
All I see is the live stream from Texas House of Representatives.
All right. Hold on. Let me change the tab. Here it is. All right, let me back it up.
So yeah, and I also have
This
no
is
idea
the truck
what
driver that killed your family. Representative Jeff Leach doesn't want you to know anything about him. Leach authored a bill that prevents.
Oh, you know why I'm not using share screen on video? Damn it. That's why. All right. Third time's the charm, baby. Here we go. Can you see Twitter now?
Yeah, there it is.
Okay,
all
watch
right.
this, buddy.
This is the truck driver that killed your family. Representative Jeff Leach doesn't want you to know anything about him. Leach authored a bill that prevents you from knowing if the driver was an alcoholic, if he failed a drug test, if he can read English, if he is using a foreign driver's license, or even passed his driving test. Call Jeff Leach. Ask him why he's putting dangerous drivers above Texas families.
You know, you get what you pay for, Leach.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and to be fair to the guy he was questioning, you know, that bill is being debated next week or whenever it is. That's not even this bill.
Yeah, what Leach is saying is like, well, that's not the only attack ad, and that's Mad Dog's point was, well, yeah, I'm running ads for the trucking bills, and he's like, Leach is like, well, you're running them against me on this too. You know, part of being a public official is you get the good with the bad. You know, you want to
Right.
take bribes, you're going to get criticized.
Right.
You work for us. You work for us, but we can't criticize you because you know the bill is bad. We know the bill is bad. So tell us about that, ET. It's been a couple weeks since we covered our initial viewing of SB 30. In the time between then and now, what is your greatest concern on the bill?
Well, that it will pass is my greatest concern.
That's a good point.
That's because, I mean, one, it's going to gut all personal injury if it passes the way it is, right?
Right.
Nobody, and let's also talk about, because, you know, the counter argument is always, well, it just enriches you because you're a personal injury lawyer. But when the insurance companies are paying for things like this, it can only benefit one group of people, and that's insurance companies. And on the other side of that, it absolutely is a detriment to every single citizen, because the most important thing that people should walk away with, because a lot of people I know, I mean, look, this is a problem this is an issue we have in jury trials, right? Is this negative attribution, right? Jurors, oh, it can't happen to me. Yeah, until it does, right? No, not a single person, not even Jeff Leach, is immune from getting hit by an 18-wheeler when he's driving between Plano and Austin, you know, for the legislative sessions.
I love that. I'm putting that on the whiteboard. It's a detriment to every citizen.
It's because, and the big thing is, it takes away your rights, right? It is a right of every citizen that when somebody does something, whether it's a person driving a car, whether it's a trucking company that puts dangerous truckers on the road, right? Because they tried in the last, I know we're talking about this one, and there's another trucking bill, because back in 2019, there was a big trucking bill that passed. You know, it shielded the big trucking companies from, and ultimately insurance companies, right? It's really the insurance companies that pay for it. Although we can talk about self-insured retentions another time, but you know, it's it shields all the stuff that the trucking companies do. And I can tell you that almost every case involving trucks, there's something, you know, especially with I mean, it really doesn't matter what size trucking company, but the bigger trucking companies, especially, there's problems, right? They can, and they have the technology to monitor these guys. They don't monitor them, or they know what's going on and they fail to do something. So the point is that all of those rules that are out there that trucking companies are supposed to follow are supposed to keep all of us safe. Because, and also there's been, and this probably is why these bills are passing, or they're trying to push these bills. There's been a substantial increase over the last 10, 15 years in trucking deaths on the road in Texas.
Number one in Texas. Number one in the U.S. is Texas.
Is that in number? Because, I mean, don't forget, Texas also has a ton of people. It's a big state. But it's also
number one in death crashes that resulted in death for truck driving.
And that's significant, right? That is significant. So it's, and I don't know if I would, you know, I say it's a detriment to everybody. I mean, I just plain English, it's taken away rights, right? The jury system is what makes our country different from every other country.
Right.
Right. Our country was founded in part in the Declaration of Independence. It says it because the king, one of the many complaints about the king, or the grievances against the king, was that he was taking away our right to jury trials. So it takes out of the hands, and they've been doing, I mean, go back to 2003 with the medical malpractice, which is also a huge travesty, right? Taking away the jury's power to make our community safer.
Right.
And that's a main, I really think, you know, again, going back to the 2003 tort reform, and that happened before I even moved to Texas when I was in high school, that has not, the overall effect is the opposite of what they said. It would make healthcare more efficient, or more affordable, and you get better healthcare. Obviously, there's some other reason why we're not getting good healthcare.
Well, that's
right?
what Chairman Dutton brought up today. Is one of the people who testified in favor of the bill said, hey, we did this with Med-Mal and it lowered premiums. So we should do it again here. And Rep. Dutton said, well, did the care improve? Have we seen an improvement of care since the passing of the 2003 Med-Mal bill? Silence.
And there was silence, right? Because there's no one wants to do a study on that. I mean, I'm sure on our side there probably are studies, But like I said, I've heard from med students who said that they were told by a lawyer who probably had to get a job as an adjunct professor in medical school because he wasn't making enough defending med mal cases anymore.
Right.
That if something goes wrong in delivering a baby, it's better if the baby dies.
Right.
Because there's a cap on those emotional damages, and there would probably be not a whole lot of way to. I mean, maybe I don't do those cases, so I don't know if you can prove what a lifetime of income of a baby who was just born would be. But that's what you'd have to do. You'd have to monetize it, right?
Right.
So,
right.
A live baby that's paralyzed for the rest of their life. There's a lot of care that needs to go into that. So, but my point of that is that's another thing that doing away with emotional damages does is it basically says, all right, if you don't make a lot of money, you're not worth any money.
Right.
What is the value of human life? What is the value of, go back to the Declaration of Independence, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, right? That's why we have these, because I don't know anybody who has ever had a multi-million-dollar settlement in a case who wanted it. It's not a lottery. I would just want to go. If I went home that day, I would go on with my life.
Right.
If I wasn't hit by this drunk driver, I wouldn't have even. I'd probably be. A lot of these people would probably be in favor of these bills because it never happened to me until it does. Right.
That's right.
So, I mean, it's just ridiculous. And again, I want to address you're selfish because I'm going to hear it. I've heard it, right? Because that's how you make a living. And, that's fine. I do make a living from these cases. I work very hard and I put up with a lot of crap. I put up with people telling me I'm not worth anything because I'm a lawyer. We hear it all the time.
Right.
But, when you need a lawyer and all you can get is a comedian who does podcasts, I mean, that's a problem, right? You know what I mean? Like, that's all you get. So there's a reason, attacking the legal system, and that's what it's doing, right? And, people shouldn't have to go. I mean, it's unfortunate. I love all my clients, and I really enjoy meeting them and getting to know them. But sometimes a lot of times, and I tell them sometimes, I wish you never had to meet me.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. A very famous lawyer, Brent Godarzy, out in East Texas. His commercial is, "I hope you never call me. I hope you never have to call me, but we're here if you do."
Right, and that's a good one. I mean, I had recently a dog bite case. Right. I mean, I do a bunch of those, and we settled it. It was a nice settlement. Right. It was a large amount, but her arm got ripped open. You could see muscle in her arm from this dog bite. That's for the rest of her life. She has a chunk of her arm missing.
Right.
And she loved to go to the gym. She was very active. And she's still in the gym, not lifting as much as she used to. But you're giving someone else the right to alter your life with no consequence now with this.
That's right.
And that's what's important about these personal injury cases. I don't think the public is educated enough.
No, they're not. And we've done a terrible job of educating people on it.
We have, and that's because all you get are advertisements from large personal injury law firms. Right? I mean, that's what people think. They think about these advertisements, they hear about it, they see the billboards, right? So it's a shame because guess who gets to control the narrative? Jeff Leach.
Right. Well,
but
speaking of Jeff Leach, let's get back to
it. I know we're not. Let's see what's going on.
Let's see what this panel
It's the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Again, my name is Alan Meyer. I'm CEO of Elevate Brain Injury Mental Health. We operate clinics across Texas that order 40% of TBI patients also suffer from mood disorder, PTSD, anxiety, depression. This bill will be devastating to our company. If this bill passes, most likely will not be.
So he's a medical provider saying, "Hey, you shouldn't cap us at the 300%." You remember this young man, this young redheaded young man from the Senate testimony? He's the one who was raped by his father and to have sex with his brothers in front of his pervert father. This kid had the single most powerful testimony I've ever seen.
I do. Was that late at night?
Yeah, that was around 8 or 9 o'clock at night.
So also,
Our
I want to
expenses
say
are-
hey Jim, I want to say something about the because isn't there something in the I know Charlotte was talking about it about the observable injury.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you remember a couple years ago Tua Tagovailoa took a nasty hit and was convulsing on the ground?
Oh yeah, when he was in the game, because of a concussion, the Miami quarterback.
Clearly a concussion, right? There's no question that he had a concussion. Well, but his MRI was clean the next day. Why is that?
Oh.
Why is that? Well, because most brain injuries don't show up on MRIs.
Right.
So, and that's one of those things that when you're a personal injury lawyer and you're handling those cases, when they say, "Oh, well, the CT was negative," right? The insurance company. I'll give you a good example. I had a case where there was a brain injury, and the CT scan was negative, right? Because what is the CT scan going to show? If something, if a piece of metal punctured their head,
right?
Or their head got busted open, or if there's an aneurysm, right? So the adjuster's on the phone with me, and she's telling me, "Well, the CT is clean." And I'm like, "Look, you can't do that with me. I know that TBIs, and I think this Tua thing just happened too." So I brought that up, and she's like, "Yeah, I know, you're right. My kid was sliding down, sledding on a hill. She was in another state, and he banged his head. He got a concussion, and he was in the hospital. And his CT was clean." I'm like, "Then why are you doing this to me?
Yeah.
Why are you such a lying?"
They know better.
All
right, let's hear. I want to hear this kid's testimony.
Shmariahu Cohen, and I'm 20 years old from Houston, Texas. I'm here today in opposition to House Bill 4806 as it goes against the individuality of people with traumas and ongoing mental health problems. I'm here today to present testimony involving my own personal abuse that started when I was allowed to be adopted along 8 other boys by a serial pedophile. This abuse was not just sexual, but was also physical, verbal, and emotional, and the effects will continue for the rest of my life. My abuser, Chaim Nissim Cohen, who was named at birth as Jeffrey V. Hill, was allowed to adopt several boys without proper background checks or any investigation, and as a result submitted false information without verifiable references. I was groomed at 11 years old, which started when my adoptive father forced me to lay in bed with him, which rapidly escalated to oral sex and ultimately became anal penetration. I was constantly degraded and at times was forced to wear a dress while my adoptive father masturbated. When this became insufficient for Chaim, I was forced to perform what can be described as live pornography by being forced to have intercourse with my adoptive brothers for Chaim's own sexual pleasures. This is extremely traumatic and is inexcusable, but was able to continue happening throughout 7 long years without any repercussions. I was also forced to perform live streams on TikTok and TikTok videos for revenue, and if I refused, I would get beaten. Me, along with my brothers, were locked and confined in a room for upwards of up to 23 hours a day, which on...
Isn't this the most horrible thing you've ever heard?
Yeah.
Horrible. And watch, Jeff Leach, I promise you, Jeff Leach is going to say, nothing in this bill hurts sexual assault or sexual abuse survivors. Watch him say it. Watch.
Or they'll just say, "Well, we'll just make a carve out," like he's basically
like he told
throwing
Charlie.
out.
On multiple occasions was hot and humid from 7 boys sweating without access to water unless it came from the sink. We were not permitted to have clothes other than underwear. Chaim forced us to act out in ways that would write off mental issues to help get us medication for us without any proper testing, and he also placed us into therapies that were unnecessary for our conditions. We were not fed properly and only got a single meal per day at 4:00 p.m. with our medications, and refusal meant not eating at all. Food was used as a threat and a weapon and would be taken away if we didn't do what Chaim asked. We were also removed.
Go ahead, finish. Thank you.
We were also removed.
Wow. I'm shocked he's going to let him finish because this morning he said I'm strict compliance on the 2-minute rule.
From public schooling upon adoption and forced into homeschool under the name Etz Chaim Yeshiva, which was a lie and contained 0 academic value, and as a result, I have a 4th grade education. All of these experiences continue to affect my personal life, such as nightmares, anxiety, and panic attacks, frequent flashbacks, fear of therapy and medications, confused sexual identity, struggles with trust and self-esteem, internal pain and feelings of guilt, and self-depreciation. When I think back on what happened to me, I can only describe it as a personal hell, and I ask, how can you place a cap on 7 years of hell and a lifetime of trauma? Stressors commonly cause physical pain too, such as dizziness, nausea, difficulty breathing, and shortness of breath. And due to my malnutrition, it has affected my hormonal function, which may be permanent. I also have issues with social expressions, internal anger, and compulsive behavior, as well as unnecessary risk-taking behaviors. My rights will not be affected by this bill. However, those children who are forgotten, abused, raped, and brutalized will no longer be able to tell their story to a jury to determine their actual harm and damages, because the pain and suffering and mental anguish and impairment will be capped by a law that is unfair for people just like me. And unfortunately, that number will continue to grow. Thank you for allowing me to share my story today.
Mr. Cohen, thank you for your testimony and your courage. It's horrific is the only word I can think of. Thank you for speaking to the committee today. And
But my attack ads, oh my attack ads, oh no. See,
By the way, there was nothing false in those attack ads.
No.
in response, my strong position, just speaking for me and no one else, is that this bill cannot and should not apply to anyone in your situation.
There it is. He's going to do the carve out.
See, that's the thing, Jeff.
No, he's going to carve out He's going to carve that out.
Well, Jeff Leach doesn't know, because he doesn't practice PI. He does commercial litigation. That the bill does. He thinks, because he doesn't know any better, partly because he's a moron, but he doesn't know that it does cap damages, even if you do a carve out. It does. I mean,
any victim, any survivor, period. Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
You know, Leach is, I'm surprised he didn't
David
say, but how
Surratt.
much did your lawyer make on a fee on that case?
Yeah, like he did with
Right,
Walker 2 years ago.
Because that's what they're always obsessed with, is what's the fee?
Man, it's just. So what can the people do? You know, we've heard a couple witnesses so far, ET. What do you tell your clients, your families, your friends? What can they do to help fight against this besides joining in on the live stream today?
So, I mean, I don't know if I'm as optimistic as other people, right? But I think everybody needs to reach out to at this point, their representatives, right? Because it's already passed the Senate, the Texas Senate. Reach out to your representatives. I don't know how much good that's going to do. I mean, I shouldn't say don't do it. Obviously, do it, right? I'm just being a pessimist, okay? Because that happens to, practicing law can make you a pessimist. It's hard enough doing this, man.
Here's what I told I was getting a haircut yesterday because my big brother's getting married Saturday. I'm getting a haircut,
nice.
and my barber, she was like, okay, so explain to me why they want the bill to move forward. And I said, well, Jen, imagine if I said, hey, Jen, I'm going to pay you $75,000 to shave my head. Okay. The reason I use $75,000 is because that's the amount that TLR has given Mark LaHood, who's on this committee. And I said, but then my wife shows up to your shop and says, please don't shave his head. Please don't do it. My mom shows up. Please don't shave his head. Please don't do it. My big brother shows up. He's going to ruin my wedding with his stupid shaved head. Please don't do it. And I say, hey, Jen, you want that $75,000 or not? It's the exact same. So they hear all these constituents, all these people testify against the bill like we've heard all morning. But don't forget, Mr. LaHood, we gave you $75,000. So you're going to do it? You're going to vote against your own people?
Now, Mark LaHood, is he a San Antonio guy?
Let me see. See what his district. I got his member page up right here.
Is he, do you know anything about Nico LaHood?
No, who's that? He's in Bear County.
Man.
Is Mark LaHood in Bear County?
So, well, for fear of that, all right. So Nico LaHood was, I don't know if they're related, but if you look up Nico and you look up Mark, I just looked him up. They look very similar.
Okay.
And that's not a very common name, I don't think. Nico was the district attorney in Bear County for 4 years. Only 4 years.
Huh, okay.
I'll just say, just Google Nico LaHood, district attorney.
Is he bad?
He got elected in, I was in law school, then I moved to San Antonio right after I graduated. I started practicing end of 2013, beginning of 2014. Nico had just gotten elected, and he was, I don't know how long the former DA, it was Susan Reed. I don't know how long she was in for. She was in maybe over 20 years. She was a Republican in Bexar County.
Yeah.
And Nico was the force that swept her out. And he was like threatening lawyers to fight them. Like, he was a defense lawyer. He was actually a fairly successful criminal defense lawyer in San Antonio. Then when he became the DA, he threatened at least one lawyer in open court to fight him in the parking lot. And that guy ran against Nico and beat him in the primary.
He does look like Marcus.
Yeah.
He got sanctioned by the bar. Wow.
Who, Nico?
Pay a $9,700 fine to the Texas bar.
Nico did?
Yeah.
You see, and a lot of that, from the time I started practicing till I want to say that all resolved after I had moved.
Whoops, sorry.
So, but Mark LaHood's a Republican?
Yeah.
Interesting.
75 grand from TLR.
So they're going to toe the party line.
No question.
Testifying, and I appreciate that Chairman Leach gave you a chance to get through.
Did Leach put some highlights in his hair?
It is obvious to us.
I don't know. His hair's pretty dark. He has a really good head of hair. I mean, I'll give him credit, man. He's a good-looking bastard. Good set of hair. His family is adorable. He's got, I think, 2 boys and a daughter, and he posts a lot on Twitter, and so the only reason I know that is because I follow him on Twitter. He has the cutest little family. And there's stuff, here's the thing, I hate his guts. Jeff Leach has had a couple good bills this session.
Yeah.
Like, he has one bill on sexual assault victims if you're raped by your teacher at school. That's gained a lot of traction, a really good bill that he drafted. The problem is 99% of the shit he does is not good.
Right.
If you
And listen, a broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah, if you're on Instagram, join us over on YouTube. Hop onto the YouTube live stream. We got Etan Tepperman, trial lawyer out of Denton County.
Etan.
On the YouTube live stream. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, everybody. Kim Wong, thanks for joining on Instagram. You've been entered into the giveaway. We'll do our first giveaway here in about 15 minutes, I think.
Ooh. What's in the giveaway?
Well, we got a lot of options. We got some free Golf Law merch. We got some Starbucks gift cards. Got some Amazon gift cards. You've already entered the giveaway by your appearance. Let's see. This is Johnson. Was Johnson the one who was your teacher?
My teacher?
Didn't you tell me that Ann Johnson was a teacher at your school? Somebody told me.
Yeah, somebody must have told. Not my school.
That you are still struggling. And I wanted to make sure that you have a moment if there's anything else you need to tell this committee. Okay. Thank you for being here and making sure that your voice is heard for a lot of folks.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson. Members, any questions for this panel? All right, thanks to each of you. Mr. Coe.
After I'm off the live stream.
Oh my God, he's calling him up. He's calling him up to the.
Who's Parsley?
Watch. No, he's calling. Jeff Leach is calling up Cohen to the.
The chair calls.
Oh my God.
Watch
real quick.
Public spectacle.
Chair calls Katrina Slovak. I'm sorry. Pete Webb.
What a piece of shit! I can't believe he's doing this kid.
Samantha Sizemore.
I don't want you to ever get justice,
Garrison,
but I mean,
and Katrina Slovak.
No, because who probably ended up paying?
Nobody. So he never got to file suit. He missed the
Really?
statute of limitations. Yeah. Yeah, he never filed suit against him.
Because it was, well, I mean, I guess it was after he was 20.
And he and there's no recovery because it was his adoptive parent, and the school was a school made up by his adoptive parent. So there's no recovery for him anyway. But the point of Cohen's testimony is, what if I had gone to a rural school? You know,
where a lot of Charlotte's clients do. You know,
Jeff Leach just shook his hand. What a dick.
Okay,
Webb, 60 years ago as a helper in the petrochemical industry, and I now serve as managing partner, vice president of operations for UPS Industrial Companies.
Oh.
We founded this group 12 years ago with 10 partners off in the field. When we started, our first concern was how we're going to build the company and get the culture we wanted. Now, 12 years later, we're working 3,500 craftsmen, and our concern is more of one giant lawsuit that's going to bankrupt us. Our insurance costs have gone up faster than our growth, despite our safety record improving every year. We've not had a
Okay, well, if your insurance rates are going up despite having a stellar safety rating, maybe call your insurance carrier.
You know, I it's interesting because how come nobody's introducing a bill to cap insurance costs?
Why do you think, ET? Why the hell do you think?
Who's paying?
It's who's paying, buddy? I mean, that's what's so screwed up. It's like I feel bad for these. Like this lady in the middle is going to testify too. She testified in the Senate about how her premiums have skyrocketed. And it's because of the personal injury lawyers. Because they're getting screwed. They're getting price gouged. And then, so what they do is, she's going to testify here in a second, and she's going to say, look, I called my adjuster, and I said, why are my premiums going up? And my adjuster told me, well, it's because you're located near Houston, and the jury verdicts in Houston are astronomical. These are these nuclear verdicts. So she's being lied to by her own adjuster.
Didn't Lee Parsley say that it's not going to impact the cost of insurance?
Yes, said that in the trucking bill.
It was a trucking bill. I don't know if it's not going to impact
the same thing.
Same thing here. So and I understand. Like, look, when he said I'm worried about getting bankrupted by a lawsuit, that it doesn't make sense if you're paying a lot in premiums that you're going to be bankrupt because you have insurance.
That's why you have insurance.
Right. And I don't know if the insureds like this gentleman know that. He probably, if he's got a company as big as it is, he probably does.
He might not, ET. But you got to think about it. Imagine if our malpractice insurance skyrocketed. We call our malpractice carriers and say, what's the deal here? And they say, well, everybody's getting sued for malpractice. They just lie to us. Then we'd go, oh, well, we need to cap these malpractice damages. When in reality, that's not what's happening. And there's no accountability. I don't know why the insurance companies can't be sued for fraud or racketeering on this shit.
Well, listen, here's the other thing. State Farm, how much are they spending to get Pat Mahomes and Jason Bateman? And
I have a stat on this. ET. Let's go to the whiteboard. $3 billion. You see that number, right? ET, $3 billion?
It's a big number.
That's what Geico spent on advertising last year.
Just Geico.
Just
Geico. Not State Farm. Not all of the big five or whatever.
I can't imagine what Mahomes charges. Can't imagine how much. Or Peyton Manning for Allstate.
Is he Allstate or Nationwide?
Nationwide, you're right.
With Brad Paisley?
Yeah, Jesus.
Hey, how about the Allstate Mayhem commercials where they're basically saying, hey, go out and kill as many people as you can because Allstate's got you covered.
We got you covered until you file a claim.
Allsnake.
Okay, let's see. I want to hear from this burn victim. I've heard from her. I've heard from her. She's for the bill.
Harrison, thanks for having me. 2017, I was in an arc flash explosion, which left me, obviously, the rest of my life a rough road. Never going to be easier.
Mr. Garrison, if you could pull the mic down just a little bit. Thank you.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's better.
All right. Yeah, everybody in here, same thing. It's a life struggle. It's going to be forever. Don't change, don't get easier, don't get cheaper. Passing this bill is going to hurt quite a few, a lot of people and their families, just everybody around them. And it's just, to me, it's just not fair. I just really don't think it's worth a big old bag of fingers.
Oh.
So.
Huh.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Garrison.
Wow.
For your testimony.
I love that.
So what? So and that's the
Katrina
other thing, right?
Slovak.
What is losing your
I have you
fingers
on behalf
again?
of
Like you're going to
yourself
say, well, you
registered
can have economics.
against the bill. Is that correct?
You know what's crazy, man, is he's the only. So he's a. Hold on, I got to make sure I'm saving. Oh shit! All right, hold on. Let that load up in the background. He's the poster board of under the new definition of pain and suffering damages. You have to suffer a horrific injury like that. That's how visible it has to be. That's crazy.
Yeah, you got to lose your hand.
Talk about brave, man. But good for man. Shout out to that guy. That takes some serious guts to go down to Austin and testify in front of hundreds of strangers that you don't know. And his whole point is look at me. I mean, imagine how brave you got to be. I mean,
so also I want to say something that I don't know the guy who was sitting to that gentleman's left, right? Who was the guy who started this company and UPS, and it's got all these I guess they have a UPS. I think he said it was some kind of UPS related business, I think. But good on them for starting their business, right? And they're trying to make this, and they're trying to employ people, and because we need that, right? But then what happens if the guy too is right, his employee? This happens to it's just we're going to exploit our workers, right? I'm not saying he's doing that, but that's what this is about, right? Like, yeah, good on the folks for starting a business and taking the risk, but what about the people who make those businesses work? What about the people on the streets who are the customers who are going to get hit by trucks? Once you make it, just pull the ladder up, like our governor, by the way.
Bootstraps.
How did our governor get all his money?
Yeah. Oh man, we talked about that last time. Old
I know.
Hot Wheels.
So again, I'm not saying I don't know if this guy is maybe he's great to his employees and treats them all great and takes care of them and it's like family. I'm just saying that's not always the case. That's not often the case.
Right. Let me ask, I had a great conversation with Rashad Marsbon about the bill on Friday. And he had thought of a great question that he told me to ask him, which was, all right, say the bill passes, say the bill passes. What does personal injury cases look like in 5 years from now?
I mean, I don't think there's going to be any personal injury lawyers.
Why do you say that?
Because there's just not going to be a way to make a living on these. I mean, your cases are not going to be worth anything. So, the damages, you won't. I mean, okay, I can see two things. I can see it going one of two ways. There's not going to be, nobody's going to take your case, or they're going to have to send it even more doctors to come up with more there's going to be more of the alleged fraud that they claim there is now. Right. Because you're going to have to find objective this, objective that. So I don't know. I mean, I think either a lot of lawyers are going to have to move to another state, or we're going to have to find out what kind of work Jeff Leach does and take his clients and do other kinds of work. We're going to be doing family law. There's going to be more divorce. I think that probably because a lot of the tort reform 20 years ago, that's why there's so many divorces now. It's because there's more lawyers doing family law.
Oh, yeah, no, you're right. I mean, there's definitely, I think a correlation that could be made on, look, hey, if you're going to cap personal injuries, lawyers' way to make income, they're going to transition to another related practice area.
Yeah.
That's another thing I thought of is when we were talking about the sexual assault is that, you create the carve out, Jeff. TLR is going to come back in 2 years and say there's too many sexual assault cases now. Cap these too. Let's see what Ann Johnson says.
Actors, and I appreciate you raising that issue, and we take that incredibly seriously. I will say, I'm concerned about the correlation between what's being asked and having that be a consequence. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Garrison, you went very fast, under the 2 minutes, so I need to ask you a question if you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am.
Because one of the things I'm worried about is a life care plan or that concept out of this bill. And you mentioned it doesn't get any cheaper.
No.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you mean and how that relates not only to your situation, but many of the victims that we've heard from today?
Well, I mean, I've got to have prosthetics, and they go out of date, or just the repair of what you can afford is still just, I mean, you can't afford it. Mine sits in a box. I mean, a lot of other people, wheelchairs, I mean, the expense, the upgrades, the new technology. If you pass the bill, I mean, they're just not gonna be able to have anything new. They're just being some old junk. I mean, every year, there's something always new, something better. But
And
just the maintenance of what you have is not cheap.
Thank you.
Chairman Doug.
So,
Thank you. I want to
Yeah.
echo what Vice Chair Johnson just.
Yes, sir.
well, I mean, I know that we're live streaming. I don't want to interrupt some of the stuff, but I think it's worth pointing out, like, so why that is a point. And I think I don't have the text of the bill up, but I guess that has to do with what the future damages are going to be. So if we're talking about whatever X times the Medicare rate in today's money, well, first of all, that doesn't really tell you what the expenses are. That's just a fake veneer over it.
I had a
Two,
lawyer from Morgan & Morgan call me, talk to him about this last week, and it does apply to future damages, the 300% rule.
of today's Medicare rate.
Of 2025's Medicare rate, even for technology that hasn't been invented yet.
Right. So something that might help this guy's arm. And obviously, it's hard to prove technology, right? Because we do have to prove the reasonable future damages.
Right.
Right. But, you cannot sit here today and say today's 300, whatever, what is it, 300 times the Medicare rate or
300% of the Medicare reimbursement rate as of May 1st, 2025, I believe is the language.
Okay. So you can't sit here today, and it's never going to go up, right? It's going to always be May 1st, 2025, or is it going to be?
That's the thing. It doesn't say the bill right now. I bet they changed that, to be honest. I bet they changed it to say can be revised to be consistent with inflation or can be revised or updated yearly. They have to, because in Medicare, I mean, it just be, I have no reason to think the drafters wouldn't put that in there.
So there's just no way. I mean, that's, first of all, again, it's telling you, it's dictating what kind of care. Only personal injury victims, the legislature is going to dictate what kind of care they can get, right?
Well, the government now determines through the insurance companies. The insurance adjuster determines what your life's worth.
I mean, I feel like they're a bunch of liberals.
They are a bunch of liberals. And here's the other thing. Remember, Medicare's federal. It's set by the feds. It's not set by the state of Texas. So it's not even unique to Texas residents or Texas healthcare pricing. It's not unique to any of that. All right, ET, let's interrupt. I got to interrupt the live stream because we are going to do our first giveaway. So let me change it to our picker wheel. All right, so we are doing our first giveaway here. ET, you're the first featured guest. I'm thinking it should be a Golf Ball shirt. We got new shirts in. I'm going to go grab it first. Let me go grab it first. 1 second.
All right.
I'd love to have you. Okay. And ET, you're already going to get one of these for appearing on the show today. So
I appreciate that.
These are new Golf Law. I don't know if you guys can see that. New Golf Law t-shirts. 100% American-made cotton. Relax fit. Let's see. I got everybody's names on the giveaway. Alex Pelly on the live stream. Thanks for joining, Alex. Got them written down here. Okay, let's do our first spin. First giveaway of the day.
Look at this fancy thing. Look at this fancy thing, Jim.
Number 13, Alex Goff, my little brother. Wow. Alex Goff is our first winner. Congrats, Alex Goff. I'll tag him in the... I will see him Thursday. That's hilarious. All right, let's play this a little bit. I got to put the...
Every time I hear people complain about rising insurance rates, I think about my next door neighbor. And I know it's not about property insurance, but he's 102 years old. And he called me over one day and he said, you know, Harold, I've never had a claim on my property insurance in 72 years, and it keeps going up. And he said, when you go to Austin, would you do something about that? He said, because right now what I'm doing is I'm canceling the whole thing because I can't afford it. And so I just, put it in that context in terms of, I think, your complaint about rising insurance rates.
Yeah, well said. Members, any other questions for the panel? Okay. Let's move on, if we can, to the next panel. Thank you each for being here. Mark Valentine.
Can I address what the problem is with that? No.
Lena Resnick, Wes Pitts, and Ron.
All right, Alex Goff, if you're still with us on YouTube, you have won a free Golf Law t-shirt. Also, ET, I'm going to do this just because. Well, just because. I think, let me get your feedback on this. Do you think if you win in the giveaway once, you should be removed from all the other giveaways today?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I know it's a game of chance here, but, maybe let some other foot, because what happens if you roll a 13 every time?
Okay, what if we do this? Okay, if you get a double winner, you can't be a double winner. You're right. Let's keep it fair. Rigged. Takla. Mike is
until everybody wins. Unless everybody wins.
Unless everybody wins. That's yeah.
And
Mike's saying it's rigged. I don't like that the spinner landed on my little brother, but as you saw, Mike, it was random. ET, I think you'll vouch for me. It was random, right?
Well, I saw you click it. I don't know how the system works.
Yeah, and I don't know how to hack computers.
I don't know that you put an algorithm in there. I don't know. So whether you do or don't.
I did not, as far as I know.
I can tell you I wouldn't know how to do that. So I don't know if you know how to do that. We have a doctor. Do we have a doctor in the house?
Caring for injured patients financially unfeasible for the vast majority of physicians. This would result in extremely limited or no access to quality care for them. Caps only favor
I think that's Mark Valente.
For the insurance companies. If passed, insurance companies will begin adopting Medicare-based caps across other sectors, citing this law as precedence. I believe this law is a stepping stone to increase government intervention, socialized medicine, and central planning of the economy. And this is not the path of the Texas that I cherish and love. Thank you.
All right,
Socialized medicine. You hear that? They're liberals. I told you.
Resnick.
I wonder if they're going to ask him any questions.
Yourself registered against the bill, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
Go ahead.
Good morning. I am a kidnapping and sexual assault survivor. In 2009, I was attacked in my own apartment, what I thought was my safe place, my sanctuary. I thought I was going to die, and I prayed that it would be quick and painless.
Jeez.
However, by the grace of God, I survived. That night tore my life
listen to
apart,
me.
and it changed it forever.
Hold on,
I was
let me
not
mute
severely
this.
injured physically, but mentally.
All right, go ahead, ET.
Okay, another good point, right? She was in her apartment. Let's go back to what we first talked about when I came on with Charla, and he said, well, this doesn't apply, or if they do a carve out for intentional torts, right?
Right.
The apartment complex that knew about how unsafe it was that's negligence. It's not an intent. Like, so it wouldn't apply to the apartment complex,
Right.
who's the one who would have the money, first of all, to pay for their negligence, right? So again, that's that's like the law school distinction between various things. The apartment complex is not liable for criminal conduct.
Right.
They're liable for negligence if they knew or should have known that there was criminal conduct, or I'm sorry, if they knew or should have known. Basically, it's negligent security, right? And I can't quote to you exactly what the law is on that. I know in the years past, hasn't there been at least Texas Supreme Court cases that have made those very difficult?
Timberwalk factors.
Timberwalk, there you go. I thought that there was maybe a bill or something a few years ago that passed to make this even harder.
I don't know. Mike, if you're still in the chat, Mike, what do you think about that? Let me know, buddy.
And yeah, I will defer to people who handle those a little bit more. I don't think I've handled one of those cases yet, so I don't. I haven't gone down that rabbit trail on the research on that. Yeah. But I mean, those are major. I mean, these apartment complexes with gates and whatever, they're supposed to keep people safe, and they don't. So if there was a carve out for sex assault, it wouldn't apply to the apartment complex who are doing the things, who are not keeping their residents safe.
Right. Right.
Not an intentional tort against them.
That's right.
So anyway, that's just my 2 cents.
In your panels later. And what you'll see is that the bill charges for those past medical services are many times the value of the services. I've calculated
back fusion surgeons, forensics companies that
result in more or fewer doctors is seeing Medicare patients.
Yes, every year, less and less doctors take Medicare. I haven't taken Medicare in about 8 to 10 years because I can't run my practice on it.
Can't make money on Medicare rates.
No, but now the doctors aren't going to make money, so we have to change the bill.
They could just remove that portion. All right, we're getting a new panel in.
My own self, I'm a solo practitioner.
This is Austin.
Chairman Leach, members of the committee. My name is Ard Ardalan. I'm here on behalf of my own self. I'm a solo practitioner here in Austin. I'm not backed by private equity. I don't know what that was about in the last panel. I'm just a solo practitioner.
Actually, you can't be backed by private equity in Texas. It's illegal. We don't have non-lawyer ownership. Jesus.
But we do have the Bear Tree robots. Anyway, we'll talk about that later.
This bill, fundamentally, it punishes victims and rewards bad actors. It hurts patients. It hurts the good doctors that are doing the good work. And it hurts the public at large by diminishing safety. I want to talk very specifically about the 18001 portion of this bill, because I think everybody else has talked at length about the caps. 18001 was initially a procedural rule that was meant to make it easier for doctors to introduce evidence without necessarily having to show up for every little bill. So a radiologist, somebody that has maybe a $100 bill or something, can introduce that bill without having to be deposed or anything like that. Over time, this 18001 section has become harder and harder to follow. And if this bill passes, it will be impossible to follow, to the point where it will drive doctors.
That's so true. 18001 is such a shit show right now.
I would say the 18001 is essentially moot anyway. And so I feel like the Texas Supreme Court case law that says, essentially that you don't have to, if somebody files a 18001 affidavit and you don't have, because I mean, and he is right. The point of 18001 was to make it more efficient, right? So you don't have to go and get a doctor. Now, every case, you got to get a doctor to testify. You got to, and then, you got to get somebody to testify about the reasonableness and necessity of medical bills.
Are you saying it's moot because now there's no reason for them? There's no reason. You don't have to controvert if any amount over 300% of the reimbursement rate is excluded, right? That's how I read it too. I think you're right. I don't think you have to controvert the meds anymore if they are above the Medicare rate, which is why would you controvert if they're below the Medicare rate?
I've interpreted some case law. I forget again, I don't have it in front of me. Some fairly recent Texas Supreme Court case law that says they don't have to controvert. The plaintiff still has to prove that it was reasonable and necessary, and the affidavits don't necessarily do that. Is what I essentially. I mean, I don't like dealing with the 1801s.
Yeah.
Right, for that reason.
Yeah,
Right. It's just-
Jared Mullaney in the Dallas. Well, I don't know if you know Jared. Great guy. He's commenting on the chat. We're back to square one. All of our doctors now have to come anyway, which is what you were just saying.
Right. I think they already essentially do. I mean, and then also case law about causation, which is not the same as an 1801.
Right.
But basically, like, now you got to get a doctor in every case, even a case that's a fender bender. You got to pay a doctor thousands of dollars.
And who does it ultimately hurt when the lawyer has to front the expense to have the doctor come testify?
The client. Because at the end, right? At the end of the day, the client, it comes out of their portion.
Right. Great. Yeah. Great point. All great points by Jared Andy T there. Yeah. I mean, it just hurts the clients. Let's keep hearing what he's saying.
Out of treating personal injury patients. As the previous witness said, it is very difficult for some of my clients to find doctors that are willing to treat them. As soon as they hear you've been in an accident, you've been in a slip and fall, they don't want anything to do with it. So this bill will fundamentally alter the way that injured patients in this state are going to try and find care. LOPs, the letters of protection, grew out of the fact that many people in this state are uninsured. For many people, it is the only way that they can seek care after an incident. The only other recourse they might have is going to their primary care physician. But if they want to see any specialist, they want to get any testing, they got to go through the LOP system. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Roberta Price Gallerid. Did I say that right?
Yes,
Okay.
you did.
I have you here on behalf of yourself registered against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. Thank you for this opportunity for me to address you today. My name is Roberta Price Gallerid, and I'm from Fort Worth, Texas, and I'm here to oppose HB 4806 respectfully. My husband, Alonzo Canico Gallerid Jr., he was severely injured in a Dallas apartment fire caused entirely by the owner's failure to maintain the property. Reports of gas leaks were ignored, and that negligence led to the devastating fire that left Alonzo's body 53% burned. He spent about 106 days in Parkland Hospital's burn unit. This fire changed his life forever. Our grandchildren cried when they saw him because they didn't recognize him. Alonzo was left disfigured. He used a walker to ambulate, and he was unable to bathe and care for himself. I had to quit my full-time job to take care of him full-time. He lived with emotional scars, depression, and social isolation. Unfortunately, Alonzo passed away on February the 20th, 2025. And my 3-year-old granddaughter, a couple of days ago, asked when was he coming home. HB 4806 would deny families like mine any real recourse. It would arbitrarily cap damages, devalues pain and suffering, and protects insurance companies, not victims. This bill is unfair to seriously injured Texans who suffer through no fault of their own. Therefore, I urge you to stand with the people that you represent and reject this bill in its current form. So my prayer is for the people of Texans is that the HB 4806 is stopped and never becomes law.
Thank you.
This is us.
Thank you for sharing your story. We're very, very sorry.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
Yes.
Yeah. No, you're not.
At least he does not give a shit.
Nope.
He doesn't give a shit. And he doesn't know. He doesn't know anything about PI law. He doesn't know anything about these cases. He just knows that TLR gives him a lot of money. Pay the man, right?
Pay the man. Pay the man.
Dale Randall, on behalf of
See
yourself
what Dale Randall's going to say.
and IBC Insurance Agency registered for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, go ahead.
Chairman Leach, Vice Chair Johnson, and committee members, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you in favor of 4806. My name is Dale Randall, and I'm the president of IBC Insurance Agency, and I have over 36 years' experience.
Wow, this is the first insurance. ET, this is correct. Okay, this is good. This is the first insurance person we will have heard from this session.
All right, let's hear it.
All right, I want
and
you and I.
guess what? And spoiler alert. Well, I mean, he already said it, so it's not spoiler. He said he's for the bill. He's for the bill.
Let's
I'm
see
shocked.
why, though. Let's see if he lies.
Oh, he's gonna.
in the insurance
You know he
industry.
is.
Today, I'd like to talk about the effects of lawsuit abuse based on real examples, and it's not just trucking and that type of stuff. 25 years ago, we sold a building outright. 2 years ago, a maintenance worker fell through the skylight of that building. We got
Okay.
We're We're still in that lawsuit today, and we sold the building 25 years ago. That's the very...
What? To what?
That's not a personal injury case.
The case is 25 years old. That is bullshit. I don't
But did
believe
he-
that for a second.
Did he say it's about selling the building?
He says
That's
that
what I thought.
hold on, we'll back it up. Let's back it up.
Maybe that's because Jeff
We
Leach
sold
is
the
doing a
building
bad job
outright.
representing.
2 years ago, a maintenance worker fell through the skylight.
Well, we had
Okay.
sold the building 25 years ago.
Oh, a maintenance
of
worker
that
fell
building.
through. Okay.
We got sued. We're still in that lawsuit today, and we sold the building 25 years ago. That's the very...
So why don't you move to dismiss the case? Why don't you file some motions for sanctions? Some Rule 11 sanctions?
This bill will not stop people from like if somebody's going to file a lawsuit they shouldn't file, that's going to happen, right? That's not what we do. But it doesn't mean that sometimes that shit doesn't happen. But this bill isn't going to stop that.
No.
Epitome of lawsuit abuse. I've seen huge increases in slip and falls in recent years. One of our clients has seen the number of claims double in the past 2 years from meritless slip and fall claims. That has caused them a 93% increase in liability insurance this year alone. They have the exact
93%?
But wait, there's no like slip and fall law in Texas is. I mean, they've already done everything they could.
Gutted it.
They've already gutted it 20 years ago with the Texas Supreme Court. I mean, I hardly take those cases. I hardly take a pregnancy case. I will take a handful every. Like it just really depends on how. You got to have the evidence.
Jared making a great point in the live chat. Jared, name the client. Name the lawsuits. If he
Let's
said,
hear it.
yeah, lawsuit is over an issue that happened 2 years ago, but sold it 20 years prior. Lawyers are milking you dry. You have bad lawyers. Yeah, good point by Jared there. I love that.
So also,
go ahead.
Also, every lawsuit is meritless and frivolous if you ask them.
Yep. Does
Right?
the bill
There's not-
mention frivolous lawsuits? I can't remember.
I'm sure it says that's the reason why. It's probably
No.
in. It
ET,
doesn't.
There's not
Doesn't-
one. The word frivolous is not in the bill. It's not in the bill, dude. It's not in
Well,
the
then
bill.
why do we have this bill if it's not about frivolous
That's what
lawsuits?
I've been saying
Come on.
all morning.
They operate the same way, but somehow the claims have increased exponentially. In order to stay in business, they're going to have to make tough decisions to cut costs, rethinking expansions, or just charge their customers more for their services. That is the true cost of lawsuit abuse. I've seen small delivery businesses and restaurants, among others, close their doors because they can't find affordable insurance today. Contrary to what some people in the room might suggest, these aren't large companies. These are small, local, family-run businesses that are being devastated. Lawsuit abuse does not just affect Texas businesses. Every family that owns a home, drives a car, buys a product, or buys a service is feeling the additional cost of insurance on top of inflation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Cal Kincaid, I have you here on behalf of Texas Materials, a CHR company, and yourself registered for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, go ahead.
Jeez. All right, ET. We got to wrap. I'm going to take a break at around 9:45.
Okay.
Eat some
Yeah. Well,
breakfast.
I need to start like making a living since I'm not going to be.
See, I'm going negative today. Losing money because Jarrett's saying, "Oh, you're a co-participant in it." It's a liar, Jim. Lawsuits on their behalf are not frivolous. Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's always my injuries are always real. You know.
So yeah, I mean, how many lawsuits does this material company file against people?
Never. They'd never do that. How dare you?
We're
Sir?
going to move our company to California.
Yeah.
Remember that guy?
ET, you got the floor. I'll give ET. Let's give ET 2 minutes, just like if he was down in Austin. Here's your 2 minutes. I'm going to set a timer on my phone. Your 2 minutes against the bill, sir. Go.
So, I mean, the bill's ridiculous, right? I mean, it's a total gutting of all personal injury cases. This is not, in years past, they've made little changes here and there to things that were all terrible. The trucking bill of 2019, which prohibits you from talking about in front of the jury, at least in the first phase of a trial, various misconduct on the part of the trucking company and their unsafe drivers. And back in, going back to 2003 with the medical malpractice reform that did absolutely not, actually did the opposite. The care is awful in the state. And this is just going to make things even worse. And I don't see how any insurance company is going to lower their premiums. I know it was from the trucking bill hearing. That's another one that's coming up that Lee Parsley said, well, it's not going to affect insurance. I don't know if that's not going to affect insurance. I don't know how this is. I don't know how this is going to affect insurance rates. These folks in the legislature, like Leach and others who put these bills out, I don't know what's going through their minds other than they're getting paid a lot of money from TLR. Maybe they don't know. Maybe they don't know the effect. Maybe they really do honestly believe. They honestly have a good faith belief that these bills will not impact all these horrific types of cases that people are coming in and talking about. And that can only be, if they really honestly believe that, it can only be because they're burying their head in the sand.
You're right.
Because there's just no way anybody who's practiced law, and I know plenty of lawyers. We all know lawyers do other things. They're not in personal injury. Leach, I mean, I want to say, I don't know for sure, but his law firm probably defends insurance companies. Hold on, can we interrupt? I think that's Richard Hayes. Was that Richard Hayes?
That was Richard Hayes asking a question.
What was he asking?
Let me back it up. I was skipping forward to see if they've already cut off testimony. Hold on. Oh, your 2 minutes ended, by the way. But let's see what Richard.
My 2 minutes
said.
ended.
I agree. I concur with everything ET just said. Let's see what Hayes says here, though.
Richard Hayes is the managing partner of Hayes, Berry, White, and Vance.
I appreciate your chart.
Texas.
This weekend when I drove home, I got one of these EOMs for my wife, and I won't tell you what all procedures were, but I'm just going to give you a couple numbers here, and it made me think about this bill. What is a fair number? And I think it's a policy. We want to pay a fair number. But it will say provider billed $120, total cost allowed $35.28, plan paid $35.28, you owe zero. But I can just go page after page of examples. Bill $59, total cost $17.35, plan paid $17.35, you owe zero. So I'm thinking, well, what is a fair number? And so when I look at your chart here, obviously the medical providers are not being reimbursed 100% of the billed cost, is what I'm learning by looking at our information. So of your columns here, do you have a recommendation on which one of these is a fair number?
I think that the one that would come closest to fair market value, as that's usually understood, is the median in-network rate, because that is the median.
Well, that's lower than Medicare. Or that's that's way above Medicare. Jesus. That's way above Medicare. So that'd be above the 300%.
Provider contracts.
So, I'll just say this. I wonder how much in referral fees Richard Hayes has made over the years.
God. Great question, my friend.
I know he ain't going to get any more after this, but he doesn't need to because he's got insurance companies paying.
Well, shit. All right, ET, I got to take a break. Thank you so much for coming on, my friend. I had a good time. I know I went over on you, but thank you so much for attending.
I appreciate you having me. And if you got some other people, if there's anything if I misstated anything about certain things, please make sure that's corrected. I'm sure I didn't, but if anything needs to be clarified, about some of the stuff,
we'll issue a public statement.
Other than, Jeff Leach, everything in that advertisement's true, and nobody's going to contradict me on that one.
That's right.
But, this is just, I look at this as a gutting of personal injury law. And that's just, at the end of the day, it's a gutting of the rights. You go after the lawyers. This is not just going after lawyers, right? It's going after everybody.
Right.
But when you take away the lawyer's ability, just like in, back before we were even, we were probably little kids when they changed workers' comp law in Texas.
Right.
if lawyers aren't going to handle these cases, nobody is going to be able to. Nobody who's going to stand up for the rights of the citizens
They won't
of the state of Texas.
be wards of the state. Who's going to
And
stand
that
up for the
includes
rights of Texans?
that includes every family member of every one of those legislators when they're driving home. Heaven forbid somebody's driving back down, somebody's driving from Austin to Plano and they get injured. Heaven forbid. But it's a random occurrence. And that's why we have these laws, is to protect random victims.
That's right.
So
with that, we are going to take a 15-minute break. I'll keep the live stream up and running if you're tuning in just to watch the testimony. Thank you, E.T., and we are on a break.
All right.
Great, thank you. Are you registered as well, sir? You're not? Okay. Let's, y'all get comfortable. Do you need anything? Is there anything we can do to? Okay. If you need anything, let us know. Let's start with these two gentlemen just so you can get comfortable, and then we'll be with you in just a sec. Stephen Kyle Weaver.
Yes, sir.
I have you here on behalf of Transportation Resource Management and yourself registered for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
My name's Kyle Weaver. I'm a licensed attorney here in Texas. I live in Allen, Texas, and I presently serve as Assistant General Counsel for a group of family-owned trucking companies in East Texas. We employ roughly 500 people, many of them Texans, and we contract with many, many more. This bill is critical to our essential business and to all of the essential businesses that form our nation's supply chain. The transportation industry, which feeds us, clothes us, and ensures we all have the goods necessary for life in our modern society, continues to face mounting pressure from lawsuit abuse. This pressure is felt most frequently in the form of significant premiums for insurance. The American Transportation Research Institute's most recent study of the operational costs of trucking indicated that insurance premiums increased by an average of 12.5 cents per mile between 2022 and 2023. This is an average, meaning that many paid far more than this 12.5 increase, and you heard from some of them this morning. The data for 2024 is being analyzed, but I have every belief that the increase in insurance costs will be similar or even more. In some cases, the insurance costs can go so far as to close businesses. This is not hyperbole, and it's not an academic discussion. A large refrigerated truck line in Florida called Davis Express just closed its doors at the end of April. They cited, and you can Google this, rising costs and the attack from the trial bar among the reasons for their demise. The litigation abuses that are allowed and incentivized by our laws drive up verdicts and settlements which benefit the few at the expense of the many. It is a socialized or societal risk and a privatized benefit. Presently, our laws allow the few to obtain unimaginable wealth at the expense of the many. This cannot be good policy for our state. This bill is needed to return common sense to our laws, to litigation, and to ensure that just results are obtained from our jury system. On behalf of all Texans, please pass this good bill.
All right, thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Dave Emerson. Mr. Emerson, I have you here on behalf of Erling. Is that your business?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Erling and yourself registered for the bill, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, go ahead.
All right. My name's Dave Embertson. I'm a small business owner here in Texas. We've got about 90 employees, about 70 trucks on the road. We're a service and construction company. Our insurance premiums have increased 300% in the last 2 years. That is such a big increase for us that we've had to reduce headcount. We've taken about 20% of our employees out. If we get any more of this in our next renewal, the viability of our business would be at risk, I think. This all kind of started with a small accident in 2021. I've got a small picture here. This was a rear-end accident that happened at a red light. Our GPS says that our truck was going 6 miles an hour when it hit the truck in front of it. Property damage was $3,000. The liability, we were subsequently sued for $1 million on this claim. The insurance company, afraid of going to trial, settled for about $600,000, and that started driving our lawsuit up. I'm sorry for the size of this, but this fender bender accident happened 2 years ago. 3 weeks ago, we were served with a $5 million lawsuit for this fender bender accident. These things continue. We will not be able to get insured, and we will not be able to stay in business. If I could just tell a brief story.
Can you hold that up again? You said that you were just served with a $3 million lawsuit?
$5 million lawsuit.
And that's the only damage sustained?
That's the damage to the plaintiff's car. That's the damage to our vehicle.
And you were served with a $5 million lawsuit?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Maybe to illustrate this a little bit better, one of our employees was involved in a rear-end accident where our vehicle was hit at a pretty high rate of speed. He ended up going to the hospital, was treated, released, and we were in the process of working him through our workers' comp and company-provided medical insurance when he called and he said, "Hey, I've hired an attorney. They've directed me to stop using any company services, and they will handle all of our medical from now on."
Take 20 more seconds because I asked you questions. Go
Okay,
ahead.
and we said, fine. About a week later, when we were trying to get our insurance on the vehicle, we realized that the company that hit us didn't actually have insurance. So we're without insurance for our vehicle. When the attorney that our employee hired found that out, he dropped the lawsuit, and that employee had to come back to us to use our own work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay. Ms. Blake, Jennifer, is it Jennifer?
Yes, sir.
You're the translator for Brianna?
Yes.
Okay, so let me get you both registered. So I have you, Jennifer Blake, on behalf of yourself registered against the bill, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Brianna Blake registered on behalf of herself registered against the bill.
Yes. She says
Is
yes.
she giving me a thumbs up?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Okay, okay, great. If you could pull the mic a little bit closer. And
hear me
you've
now?
got, you've got 4 minutes. So I'll combine the testimony.
She's reading her
Okay.
notes to
Tell
remind her.
Tell her to take her time.
She's, okay. She says hello. My name is Brianna Blake. I live in Midland, Texas. I oppose HB 4806 and SB 30. When I was 12 years old, I was in a crash with an 18-wheeler. They pulled me from the wreckage. My whole entire world changed. Forever. For months, the doctors told my mom that I would always be vegetative and would never wake up. I woke up and have been fighting to get better. I continue to surprise doctors with my progress. I will work every day.
All right, y'all, we are back live on the stream. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate everybody. Looks like we still got some viewers on YouTube. Got about 4 people. That's great. Thanks for tuning in, everybody.
Get up. Nothing is impossible. The word itself says I'm possible.
Hell yeah. That's awesome. I love that.
Vote no.
We're so sorry for what happened, but communicating so well to the committee.
Thank you for communicating, even though you can't talk, because we're gonna pass a bill that screws you. By the way,
I still would like to take my 2 minutes to speak.
Okay. Really quick, I'll give you 2 minutes, and then we've got to go on to the next panel.
I understand.
Go ahead.
We have to move on. They're cutting her off. You see what they're doing? You know why you're cutting her off? Because you set forth this stupid rule, this stupid setting today that public testimony is limited for another 2 minutes. We got 2 more minutes. Now, I'm a little bit behind on the live stream, but we got 2 more minutes of testimony.
HB 4806 and SB.
Actually, let me check and see where we are.
Thank you. Again, our public comments portal is open. After we get off the floor, the chair will take invited testimony from the following individuals: Lee Parsley, Adam Blanchard, Juan Fuentes,
All insurance people.
Ron Blair, D. Sol, J.J. Isabel, Will Moulton. Sorry.
All right, they stand in recess. Let me get this recorded so I don't lose it. All right, they are officially in recess. Hopefully that captures. Let me see if there's anybody we missed out on. Maybe we can cover it with Nolan. He's going to come in about an hour.
Looked at him differently. He hears the whispers and the...
Chairman Committee, thank you for
Highway transportation. That seems to be the going thing in the trucking industry. These bad actors are being held accountable for everybody else. So we're not taking that into consideration. And I think that's what a lot of this bill is for, is to stand up.
Communicating so well to the committee.
As the real champion.
I'm going to pause it right there. I'm going to let this catch up on. Hopefully that'll capture all the testimony so we can come back. Any questions, be sure to drop them in the chat box. We're kind of in a dead zone here. We got an agenda. We're going to do some legislative history. We're going to cover some things. We're going to do some things, but appreciate everybody tuning in. Let me just I got to get set up too for Mr. McConville when he comes in. Oh, Jared letting me know that the audio on my mic is good, but the audio on my desktop sucks.
Chance to regain lost abilities and become more independent. But she will need the help to be able to access this care. She will need all of
Jared, I don't know how to turn up the desktop audio. Right now, I'm capturing audio on microphone and desktop audio. I'm not sure of another way on how to capture the desktop audio. Much better. Okay, good. Good.
care long term, even after I'm gone. And is at high risk for neglect, physical abuse, or worse, because she cannot advocate for herself or defend herself. It's a mother's worst nightmare. In a blink of an eye, this happened to us. I hear them complain.
Just can't turn desktop audio down. That's all. Don't know what you mean. Forgive me. Just can't turn desktop audio down. Oh, don't. Okay. I think I got you. Okay. Thank you.
About rising costs for insurance. But I wonder if they didn't put profits above safety, leading to these devastating crashes, injuries, and deaths, would their cost of insurance be lower? This proposed bill
Great point
is
right
unfair,
there.
and it's outright cruel. It's not fair to tie our judges and juries' hands behind their back, keeping them from their historical role, hiding away wrongdoings from them, while silencing the voices
Ms. Blake, I've
and
got to ask
brutal
you to get to a
realities.
stopping point, if you don't mind. We hear you and we're listening, but there's other witnesses we got to get to. We've got 30 minutes left.
and brutal realities of the victims. This will not help anyone except those who put profits over safety, making us all less safe. We all deserve a right to seek the help civil justice system promises. Please consider that one day it could be you or one of your family members.
Okay, thank you.
Please vote no.
Thank you, Ms. Blake. Members, are
Thank
there
you
any-
so much for all of your time.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and for offering your testimony. Members, any questions for the panel?
All right, we got to figure out a way.
Thank
Nolan
you so
Ryan
much.
is on the way
Get your
shortly.
calls.
Got to figure out a way to set up dual mics here. Jared, you might be our test victim once Nolan gets here. I think I got a way to do it, but I don't know how I'm going to be able to play audio for Nolan. I think I got an idea that I could play it for him through headphones. But we'll test that out when he gets here. Man, powerful. What powerful testimony from that poor girl. What are we communicating through sign to the Texas legislature on why this is a bad bill? Why this is a bad bill. Are they going to listen to her? Are they going to take it seriously? I don't have an audio mixer. I have a audio interface. I got a Wave XLR audio interface that's just for a single mic, single headphone. I didn't think I'd have guests that would want to come on. Luckily, we've had a couple. I think we'll have some more later this afternoon and this evening, but I didn't anticipate people would want to come to the office live. All right, let's keep listening here. I think I got an idea, though.
Ross DeVetri, Kevin Kennedy.
All right,
Alexis
so let me
Rest,
say
and
this.
William Wolf.
Let me say this on the live stream. Apologies while I continue to get set up here. I'm going to try to move some stuff around. I'm going to keep my camera on, though. Chime in when I can, when I'm not moving this shit around, and we'll keep going here with the live stream, which has ended. Not the live stream, I'm sorry, testimony. The testimony has ended. And I can't save it because they cut it off. Well, hopefully we got some of it. Hopefully we got enough of it. I think we did. That's a shame. Okay, so let me move some stuff around, get this set up for Nolan to come. We'll keep this rolling, baby.
The next panel will be Ross Ormond, Andy Webb, Sarah Milburn, and Thomas Genevieve.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Bland was here to speak on the same incident as Mr. Kennedy, who's been called now. May they testify together?
What's your name, ma'am?
Lorianne Bland.
Lorianne Bland. Okay. You're Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which one is Alexis? Okay, can I have you step and we'll put you on a panel forthcoming. Tell me your name again, ma'am.
Lorianne Bland.
Okay. Okay, let's start.
You know what? I got a question, Jared. What if I use this microphone? If I have it like this, and I have Nolan talking and me talking, could you hear both of us set it up almost like a boom mic? Like if I'm this far away, can you hear both Nolan and I at the same time? Like, would that, or it'll be too low, you think? It might be too low. Like if I'm way back here, I think it's too low. Or if he's over here, I don't think it'll pick it up. I think we'd both have to be like right up in there. Just big, just, hey, yo, baby! Something like that. Appreciate you, brother. I think what we'll do is I'll set up the dual mics like I had in the Senate testimony. Let me just get some shit moved.
Start with Ross DeVetri. Ross,
We're gonna lose the video here, aren't we? Because the hearing ended. We're gonna lose this video. God dang it. We're gonna lose this video, boys. Yep, video is currently unavailable. All right, well. That is unavailable, so we'll just keep it rolling. Let me get all set up. We're going to go through some stuff that we heard, stuff that we saw. Finish setting up this microphone, though. All right, we got that moved over there, but this is a problem because now I can't reach what I need to. Huh. Well, we got a bit of an issue here, folks. Got a bit of an issue here, don't we? I guess though, if I'm talking through something, I can just move it. Let's go on a break. Let's go on a break. All right. Test. Jared, Bad Law, Worst Facts. Can you guys hear me? Please let me know if you can hear me. Hello. Hello. Up. Oh! Hell yeah, okay, so we might be ready to roll. I might have figured this out, boys. Okay, so I'm going to try to share the video I captured so far. We got a lot of interesting testimony. So let me pop this over here. Man, this is going to work out great. Window capture. Media player. Well, it only captured 4 seconds of video. God dang it. Huh.
Appreciate you joining us early this morning. I, at the outset, want to thank all of...
Can anybody hear that? Oh, wait. I can't see. I'm going to play. If new mic is USB, can that be added into OBS as a potential? I think I have it, right? I think I changed the audio input capture to this wireless mic, which is, I think, how you're able to hear me. And, oh.
The staff members and DPS and the sergeant's office and the committee coordinator's office who got here early this morning to open the Capitol.
And that comes through too. Okay, great. All right, well, let's talk about what we heard so far. Now that we're rocking and rolling, we'll have Nolan up in here shortly. We got our contest winner again, which was Alex Goff. Alex won a free shirt. So if you want a Golf Law t-shirt, we're going to be giving some of these away today. I will be sure to send you one, Jared and Mike. Always appreciate you guys supporting the live stream. Please like and subscribe. And we will keep talking through what we need to talk through. Let me do this though. Put our window capture above that for when Nolan gets here. Put that in the corner for now. Okay, so what we heard, I can turn off. Okay, all right, we're good. I can turn off the backup microphone. Okay. So here's what we heard. Look at some of these quotes we heard this morning. Really powerful shit. What do we hear from Charla? Injury to the soul when talking about sex assault victims. And all not injuries are visible. You can't put a price on a life or a dream. That was really good. Heard from E.T. It's a detriment to every citizen, talking about SB 30. Why is it a detriment to every citizen? Because they're taking your rights away without you knowing it. You know, not a lot of people are covering this. Part of the problem is here, folks, is the national news media doesn't talk about this shit. Why doesn't the news media talk about it? The news media doesn't talk about it because the advertisers, which are mostly insurance companies, will pull the ads. They'll pull it. That's why we don't get any coverage. We're going to talk about that in a little bit more of the history. This is socialized medicine. I thought that was interesting from the doctor when talking about reimbursement of Medicare rates, talking about the 300% rule in the bill, and who is going to stand up for Texans. We heard that from E.T. I thought that was pretty cool and pretty powerful testimony. Like I said, we got Nolan Ryan coming in. Still got people on the live stream. Let me go live on Instagram again, try to get us some more people to join the YouTube. Okay, so what do we want to cover next? I think we'll cover how did we get here. So let's give a little background on SB 30 and how we got here today. So the way we get here today is that in the Texas legislature, like we learned in 3rd or 4th grade, there are bills captured, right? I mean, I'm just a bill. Oh yeah, just a little bill. We remember all that, right? Well, I lost my window, didn't I? Well, where's my window, folks? Maybe I gotta change it to browser. Okay, there's the browser. Well, that ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work right there. Let's go back to window capture. It's not me. Let's exit out of that. Let's see if we can get. See if we can get back up and running here. All right, there we go. There's our window capture. All right, we're good. We're doing good. We're struggling. Luckily, we got Jared Maloney here to help a boy out. Okay, so let's go to the committee, the people we just heard from. As you saw, Jeff Leach, he's the chair. He's who runs the committee hearing. He gets to control. He gets to set the rules. He gets to set the order. He gets to set whatever he wants. What's the problem with Jeff Leach? He is funded. His most number one donor is TLR, Texans for Lawsuit Reform. They're the folks who are behind this bill, the ones trying to pass this bill. Why? Because they're a coalition of insurance companies, big oil companies from around Texas. Thank you. I got you, fam. Yeah, you do, buddy. Appreciate you. From Texas, who bundle all their money together, create a super PAC, and put the money up. And let me capture a photo of this testimony real quick. And we'll draw it out here, won't we? And so Jeff Leach, this isn't the only committee he serves on. I think he's on committee for education, because I know he's big on he was one of the big proponents of the voucher bill. Comment in the chat what you think about the voucher bill. Very hot topic this session, obviously. So we'll give a little background into politics, I guess. I'm gonna show you guys how corrupt this system truly is. Did you read the article from yesterday about the Texas speaker firing one of his top staffers for sending bill? Oh, that's a great. Okay, let's pull up that article. that was a very interesting article. It was Justin Burrows. God, a lot of people sent me that article. I'm trying to remember where I read it. Essentially, well, I can't find it. Yeah. Man, Mike, you got that right. Here's another thing. Let me bring up what Mike was just saying in the chat. One of the biggest funders of TLR is a man named Elon Musk. $1 million to TLR. Why would Elon Musk be donating $1 million to TLR? Maybe because he's getting sued because Tesla, as Donald Trump would say, Tesla is being sued in Texas all the time. And Elon's being sued all the time. He's being sued for defamation by Mark, what's his name? Mark down in Austin. Because he wants to shut the lawsuits down. So, go to the whiteboard. You guys know I love the whiteboard, don't you? Don't you love this? You gotta love a good whiteboard. So, let me resize this. All right, so everybody can see it. Okay, so you got businesses, right? Businesses in Texas. Everybody can see that, can't they? They hate lawsuits because they get sued. They especially hate personal injury lawsuits. Why? Because sometimes they can result in big damages. You hear that, Instagram? Big damages. So, the businesses got together and they formed what's called TLR. TLR is who gives money to the legislators. There's Jeff Leach right there. Let's give him some good hair. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay. We can have Ann Johnson. We can have LaHood. He's got kind of spiky hair. So they give the money because what does the business want to limit? They want to limit the lawsuits because then they don't have to pay money out. The fallacy behind that is that, well, don't they have insurance? Of course they have insurance. Why are you required to have insurance? Because the law says you're required to have insurance. So then what happens is TLR takes big money from people like Elon, oil companies, what's another one? Insurance companies, trucking companies, and they say, hey, we're going to take this money and we're going to give it directly to the people on the Judiciary Committee that we were just talking about. We're going to give it to all of these folks. All right, we'll give some to Jeff, we'll give some to Dyson, we'll give some to Landgraf. Well, Jim, it sounds like that's a big conspiracy. Do you know that they're getting money? We do know they're getting money because if you Google it, the legislators are required to disclose it. So let's Google Jeff Leach donations, Texas candidate. me a little smaller. And we can see here, plain as day, $535,000 to Jeff Leach. This was in, doesn't say, 1.8 million in total. Okay, so TLR, remember here's TLR, here's their money, and here's Jeff. So here's $535,000 to Jeff. Here's actually the million we received from Elon. You can see that on here. Let's find someone on the committee. Jeff Leach, 515. There's another 500 grand. Morgan Meyer, $425,000. Greg Abbott, $165,000. Jay Dean, Cody Harris, Dade Phelan, who's a clown. Let's look up LaHood. I talked to him earlier. I talked about him earlier with Etan. Mark LaHood. I think I called him Marcus. His name's Mark LaHood. Okay. Mark LaHood. Here's LaHood here. What does he get? $298,000. So TLR says, here's the money we got from Elon and all of them. We're going to give $535,000 to Jeff Leach. We're going to give $298,000 to Mr. LaHood. Let's see if Ann Johnson took any blood money. She's gotten money from a bunch of people. Some from TTLA, some from the Texas Medical Association, some from Arnold Itkin, very popular law firm. Schofield. Schofield gets a ton of money. He's another member of the Judiciary Committee. He got $20,000. So here we go. What does that mean? Where's my chart here? So we got 20,000, 298,000, and 515,000. And we saw today that all three of these people Leach, Ann Johnson, Schofield. Let's just put the numbers right above them. It should be like NASCAR. Not Ann Johnson. LaHood, 298,000. Schofield, 20,000. Okay? They sit on that committee. And that's not even all of them. You know, I haven't even gotten to Dyson or LeGrand, okay? They're all sitting on this committee, right? And here's all of us little all of us sitting in the gallery trying to fight for his rights. Here's me on YouTube with Jared and Mike and Hatch and everybody and Alex Goff and Jack Kelly. Thanks for your support, everybody. We're all on YouTube. And we're saying, hey, wait a second. We got some issues. We got some issues, okay? We want to go testify to the committee on why we don't like SB 30, since we're talking about SB 30. We don't like, that's our speaker. Not a very good drawing. That's our loudspeaker. Here's a little handle. There we go. We want to chat about SB 30. Okay. No matter how many people go to show up to testify, do you think that Leach, LaHood, or Schofield is going to listen to one of us? I mean, let's be realistic here. If I gave you $515,000, would you listen to what I had to say? Yes. Yes. If I gave you $500,015, do not listen to any of these people, would you listen to these people? No. If I gave you $20,000 not to listen to these people, would you listen to them? No. If I gave you $298,000 not to listen to these people, your constituents, what would you do? Alex, oh, hold up. Wait a minute. Yeah, Alex, you did win a free shirt, buddy. Mike is a little upset about it because he's alleging that it was rigged. But you did win this free shirt. Okay? So here's my whole point. All right, we got here because of this. Because of money. Remember, the bill's author, Bonin, or whatever his name is, who's a doctor, was paid to put his name on this bill, on SB 30. Okay, he did not write SB 30. He just put his name on it. Okay, so he puts his name on it because TLR writes the bill, goes before the legislature. So that's how we got to SB, well, and then we go procedurally. All right, in the Texas House, or in Texas, bill's introduced in the Senate. In this case, it was the Senate State Affairs Committee. Then it goes to the Senate floor, made it out of the Senate floor. Then it goes to the House Judiciary Committee. It will pass. I promise all of you. Prediction. If you are putting money down in Vegas, put it on it passing because I promise you it will pass the Judiciary Committee. I mean, what do we hear from Jeff Leach? All he gives a shit about is you ran political attack ads against me, which I'm going to show Nolan once he gets here. I want to see his live reaction to that crap. Okay, so that's how we got to where we are. Now, on this committee, it will have to be voted out of the committee. It seems to me that our best shot is through Ann Johnson. Jeff's bought and paid for. We know that. He took the 515. Dyson is bought and paid for. Flores, Gonzalez, and Dutton seem to be against the bill. I don't know. I'm still kind of iffy on Dutton. He really is bought in this morning on the allegation that the doctors are abusing the system, which there's no real evidence of. LaHood will cave. LaHood will flip and will take his $298K from Texas for Wall Street Reform. Landgraf will take his money from Texas for Wall Street Reform. Moody will be on our side. Hayes will go against us, and Schofield will go against us. So we will likely lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5. That's where I think it ends up. I think I see Ann flipping on this. So then where does it go next? Then it goes to House 4. That's a big battle. It will pass the House 4 because the Democrats don't have the votes to fight against it. Now, why do I say Democrats? Because this is a Republican-backed issue. It's very, very popular among the Republican Party. Not criticizing you for being a Republican, criticizing you if you're a Republican who likes tort reform, because you're an idiot. No, you're not an idiot. Maybe you are an idiot. After today, if you still support tort reform, you might be an idiot, okay? So, that's how we got here. So let's cross that off the agenda. Covered that. let's talk a little bit about the history of tort reform. It's pretty interesting. Let me get some more water real quick, though. I will be right back. Okay. So one thing I did is I wanted to pull up a little bit Troy Rafferty. Wow, very famous trial lawyer. Hey, Troy, thanks for joining us. Troy is a very, very well-known trial lawyer. Used to be with Mike Papatonio's firm. Now I think he's got his own shop. I think he left Pap's shop. Probably one of the most famous and influential trial lawyers in America. Man, I can't. I hope he's still watching. Nope, he left. Bah, that's embarrassing. Well, Troy, I appreciate you stopping by for a little bit. Maybe it wasn't even you. Okay. You know what, guys? It might be time for another giveaway. Actually, we did one giveaway at about 9:15. Alex, you bought Geico. Jesus Christ! You know, Alex, Geico spends $3 billion on advertising a year, but won't lower your premiums. Think about that. Say they blame people like me. We haven't done another giveaway. So our giveaway, we need to add some more people. No, we got 16. Need to do another giveaway. Okay, this is a Starbucks gift card. Starbucks gift card. So, let's write that up on the board so we can keep track. Everybody likes Starbucks. What's your Starbucks order? Drop it in the chat if you like Starbucks. And we will give it a spin. Jared still owns State Farm. Jared! Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Alex Goff has won again. Alex Goff won again. That is not going to fly. Alex, you won again under the spinner, but we ruled earlier that we can't have double winners. So sorry, little bro. No good. No good. We're going to respin. We're going to respin. Starbucks gift card. Let's see who wins it. Number 8. Josh Birmingham. Josh Birmingham. Congrats to Josh. You have won a Starbucks gift card. I will get that out to you in the mail, my friend. Oh, Andre the Lawyer, very well-known lawyer in Dallas, is with us on Instagram. Andre, would love to have you over on the YouTube channel. Andre is about as passionate about this bill as I am. We are constantly talking about this bill. Andre has been a great resource for me on this bill. He is this guy, Andre the Lawyer, is so anti this bill that he donated to charity. His own money, he donated to charity for people that wrote to their representative. If they wrote to their representative, he would donate money to a charity of their, I think to their choosing, or it was to Texas Watch. So that man he's putting his money where his mouth is. He's doing a great job. His coffee order is black coffee with ice. That's what my wife gets. That's not exciting. Okay, Alex. Well, Alex, you were not here for when that ruling was instituted because you weren't even here for winning your free shirt. So we can't have double winners. So Josh Birmingham is our winner for the Starbucks gift card. So we'll write that down. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about, we've talked about SB 30. We've heard me yell. We've heard me complain. How did tort reform gain such national attention? We hear just about every year, we hear more and more states passing tort reform, more and more ads on social media encouraging the passing of tort reform. Well, it is actually started or became very popular by a political consultant named Karl Rove. If you are in the live stream and from Texas, Karl Rove was George Bush Jr.'s political advisor. He was his campaign manager. And he realized in the late 90s, early 2000s, that the trial lawyers were contributing a lot of money to Democrat-backed candidates. So Karl Rove thought, hey, let's you know, as a scumbag as Karl Rove, let's look at his ugly ass face. Karl Rove said, you know what, we need to get, look at this fat piece of crap. Look at this turd. Karl Rove's opinion was, all right, we got to flip the community against the trial lawyers because they're giving too much money to the Democrats. And I know for a fact that the public hates trial lawyers, more specifically public injury. Not public injury, personal injury lawyers. Let's see what pops up. If you Google personal injury lawyers, look at this. You got people with neck braces on. You got Shane Mullen. You got my boy Jeff Benton. Everybody hates us. Personal injury lawyer memes. You got the movie Hot Coffee. This is pretty funny. Personal injury attorneys, when they see their client walking around the city. Fuck. That's pretty funny. It's cute that you think the insurance company cares about you. Tell me more about how you don't need an attorney. That's right. But I think everybody would agree, everybody hates personal injury lawyers. Why is that? Because the only time you're going to interact with a personal injury lawyer is if you're in a bad situation. If you've injured someone, if you've been injured by someone else, okay? If you've been injured, you don't want to have to call a lawyer. You hope the insurance company does the right thing. Truth is, they won't. And I can tell you that, and every other person if you ask anybody, hey, do you love your insurance company? The answer is going to be no. But let's go back. Real nice people. Mike, yeah, exactly, Mike. Real nice people. Mike, why don't you tell us about some of the adjusters you've had to deal with? Follow Mike on Instagram if you want to hear about how shitty adjusters are. Okay. So let's go back to Karl Rove. Karl Rove realizes in the early 2000s, hey, these personal injury lawyers are giving too much money to Democratic candidates. Let's campaign or run a campaign called tort reform. And we're going to use W to help promote it. He's going to be my guy because he's going to do whatever I say, and he's enormously popular. He was the former governor of Texas. And if you remember, I know I do. Let me see if I can find the clip. George Bush is on a campaign trail, and he's like, too many good docs are going out of business. OBGYNs can't practice their love for women all around this country. Let's listen in.
We got an issue in America. Too many good docs are getting out of business. Too many OBGYNs aren't able to practice their love with women all across this country.
Everybody remember that? Well, that was all part of tort reform orchestrated by Karl Rove. Karl Rove is a genius. Alex Pelly, back in the Instagram. Thanks for joining us, Alex. Karl Rove is probably the greatest political mind in the history of this country. So he realizes that I'm going to make this popular. Then at the same time, the lady from the McDonald's hot coffee case spills the coffee on her lap. Somebody just made a giant ass noise. All right, sorry about that, y'all. So, this is a great article I was reading the other day about how did Karl Rove really champion this idea, okay? And it talks about how Karl Rove starts donating to the Texas Supreme Court, which is very pro-plaintiff in the 80s, and starts to run ads and flip the Texas Supreme Court into a Republican court, which then leads him to become famous enough to run George Bush's campaign. As it says in the article, it became in effect a plaintiff's court. The Supreme Court, oh man, Nolan McConville, here early, joining the live stream. Nolan, have a seat. We're covering the origin of Karl Rove and tort reform. Karl Rove, you know, the very famous political consultant. So some people perceive it as ill to society to have too many verdicts in favor of plaintiffs. Karl Rove comes in and says, we're going to run with tort reform, does it for a whole decade. This article also talks about how he figured out that there used to be down ballot voting where you could vote along party lines. So Karl Rove is actually really the architect of the popularity of tort reform throughout the country. And he really started here in Texas with our Supreme Court candidates and took that nationwide up and through 2003, and then when George Bush ran for president. So that's a little background. But let's interrupt that. We have our second live guest of today. Oh, wow. Wow. Mr. McConville has brought Tiff's Treats. That is, wow, that is real nice.
Chair heated?
Yeah, I have my heating pad on there. It gets a little cold in here.
Not like that.
It's all,
The heating pad, I got a little back creep.
yeah. You move a little candle up. But so put your microphone on.
Where's the microphone?
It's right here. So it'll clip to your shirt. You can also take the magnet off, if that's easier, and put the magnet under your shirt.
That's great.
All right, so let's slide our camera over so we can get more of Mr.
Is this, which way is it going? Up or down? Oh, it
Doesn't
goes-
matter. Slide on over, Nolan.
Testing.
All right, Nolan, you are a personal injury lawyer here in Dallas, Texas, correct?
That's correct.
And what kind of injury law do you do?
Wait, are we on right now?
Oh yeah, you're live. There we go. All right, you are live in front of YouTube. Instagram is just good. We're giving Instagram kind of some background. Got a lot of people on YouTube with us, about 5. That is quintuple the national average that we've had
It's high
prior.
impressive. It's a very high
Yeah.
impressive, Jim. Thanks for having us on today.
You're
as
welcome.
always, we love to get the invite from Golf Law.
Absolutely.
Whenever it comes through, we always move around our schedule and make sure that
Hey,
happens.
hey, I appreciate you coming down. We got some live video to react to. Did you have a chance at all? Well, let me back up. I had asked you, so what kind of personal injury law do you
So we do a little bit
here
of
in
everything,
Texas?
Jim. A lot of MVAs, motor vehicle accidents, a lot of motorcycle accident litigation, slip and falls, a little bit of everything.
And do you see even your small car wrecks, which I assume you do throughout the state, right?
That's correct.
Do you see those being impacted by this SB 30?
Oh, absolutely.
Why is that?
I think the 1801 new rules, or I like to call them caps, although the word cap is never used in legislative sessions on the other side. I think it severely restricts patient access to health care and client access to appropriate health care, where essentially you're going to have a large swath of the population that won't be able to get treated appropriately after an accident that was no fault of their own.
Yeah, as Jarrett says, y'all are both plaintiff's lawyers. Yeah, there's a little bias here, Jarrett. Jarrett Mullaney, you know him. Used to be a plaintiff's lawyer with Hamilton Wego. Now he does defense work.
Really? Welcome in, Jared.
Jared jokes that he is the most pro-plaintiff insurance defense lawyer probably next to when I was.
Really?
And yeah, I think you're right. I think one of the biggest problems is we heard from some people this morning. Dr. Valente was even down in Austin. We'll look at his testimony in a second. He even called this as creating socialized medicine.
Yeah, I think there's, my biggest issue I have with the new 1801 rules is that, obviously there's going to be it's going to severely restrict access to patient treatment simply because of the risk that's involved that the providers take on right now. Generally, I don't know what the typical insurance reimbursement timeline or rate timeline is to get reimbursed as a private healthcare facility. I think it's like 72 hours. So what the PT facility would tell me that Blue Cross and Blue Shield would send the payment within 72 hours or wire it to
God,
them.
that is, I didn't even know that. That's crazy fast.
Right. So I ask everybody the same question, and I'm to kind of flip it on the trucking side. If somebody came up to a trucking company and said, I need you to haul my goods for me, and I may or may not pay you, and it may or may not be a little bit more than you make on a regular load, but we're going to figure that out later. But I need you to work for me for a prolonged period of time. How many people would jump at the opportunity?
None.
None, because they want to get paid for the work that they do. They want to get paid for what they provide to their consumers.
Could it be like Amazon Buy Now, except I don't have to pay Amazon for a few years?
Correct. I don't know why LOP charges are so shocking to people. And what I always tell people, I've done this in trial, like I'll go right in and say, yes, these bills are more than you would pay through private health insurance or maybe even a cash pay discount. Why? It's the same reason when you go buy a television and you go and look at your credit card statement 2 years later and the TV costs 3 times as much. I don't know why it's confusing to people how not paying individuals for years, that there would be a higher rate that would be billed.
That's a really good point. I never even thought about that. One thing I wanted, did you have a chance to see any of the testimony this morning?
I did.
Did you say, oh yeah, let's look at what the people were saying.
Caused by that. They are not accidents. Great analogy.
Yeah, Jared says, great analogy comparing it to their own world. Yeah, let's go ahead. We'll pin that to the top. Never thought to compare it to their own words, but that rocks. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think everybody wants to get paid and paid immediately. I think LOP providers are the only providers that are actually willing to do work for a promise of potentially getting paid in the future. That just doesn't happen in the real world.
So what is going to, say the bill passes, and one of the things that people talk about is, okay, my primary care physician's not going to treat me because he doesn't want to get paid 2 years later. I can't go treat on LOP. I don't understand where they think the client's going to go.
That's the whole point. They're going to go nowhere, right? So I think, looking at insurance companies, they're a risk-based organization. They make all their decisions based off of risk, which is why we have a lot of talks about frivolous lawsuits. I'm actually on the side that I don't disagree that some lawsuits most likely are frivolous, right? And I don't think
what do you mean by that?
I don't, I'm sure there is. I think in any industry, like, there's no disagreement, right? Any industry out there, there's going to be bad actors.
Sure.
Any industry, right? So, of course, there's most likely frivolous lawsuits somewhere at some point in time. That's the way it's going to be, right? Same thing in the medical industry, trucking industry, I'm sure there's same thing, hiring people that aren't qualified to drive, to cut costs, not paying people properly, not using workers, threatening people not to use workers' comp. There's bad actors across the board, right? So, I think that insurance companies they don't like the uncertainty with jury trials. I think they're afraid to try cases because they think there's going to be adverse verdicts against them. And you see a lot of people come in and they're like, well, my insurance company paid out X amount of dollars. It's like, why aren't the insurance companies trying the case?
Right. That's what I don't. We talked about that a lot this morning. Is that there's all this lawsuit abuse, but then the insurance companies are also seeming to voluntarily pay these people money.
Right.
So if the case is frivolous, why aren't people seeking sanctions against the plaintiff's lawyers?
Well, I'm not even thinking sanctions. I'm like, why aren't these attorneys that are employed by the insurance companies going and just trying the case and zeroing out the plaintiff?
That's it. Jared brought that up earlier.
Why not?
There was a guy, I think it was a guy for a trucking company, and Jared's point was, dude, you're getting hosed by your lawyer.
Right.
Because he's just making a ton of money off of your case and getting a free ride. Great point by Mike Taco Law. What percentage are frivolous? Yeah, that's a great. I mean, they don't do any research onto if these are actually filed. But our boy, Jeff Leach, a real class act.
Jeff Leach.
Did you see? Well, let me back up. What do you think was the most impactful moment from what you saw this morning, or what really rang?
Well, I mean, I watched all of the testimony. I think from what I saw, the stark difference between the fors and the against the bill are the people who are against the bill, are devastated families one way or the other. Individuals where their siblings, brothers, sisters, kids, wives, husbands have been killed or injured in horrific accidents. I know that there was testimony from that 18-wheeler accident that killed, however many people, 17 people, I think, over in Austin or outside Austin. And the people that are for the bill are essentially just saying it's a completely financial decision, right? There's no really in-depth thought process that I heard during the testimony from anybody that was for the bill of like, hey, I really feel for these people. This is what we could do. This is how we could amend the bill to better suit, or better change the structure if this situation happens. It's a blanket statement of, we're sick of paying insurance rates that are this high. We want to make more money.
Right. Well, the other thing that we talked about too is like, well, if you're paying these high, like there was a couple business owners that said, I'm paying these outrageous premiums, but I've never had a lawsuit filed against me. And it's like, well, then the lawsuits aren't the problem. It's your insurance company.
Well, I think we need to do an in-depth dive of, and I think a part of the issue is that insurance companies, purposely skew the data, right? They're not forthcoming with what is actually paid out on claims. How has that increased over the last 10 years, if at all, right? Because I did a deep dive into multiple carriers' financial statements, right?
Oh, great. Okay.
It's impossible. They make it nearly impossible to figure out what's actually being paid out on claims, right? The way they report their financial data, right? Because it's, you have the supplement to claims, which includes the salaries, the bonuses, their buildings. Got to pay Patrick Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't cheap. So got to pay him his salary too. And then the Super Bowl ad, you also got to pay them up front. They don't take LOPs.
Oh, no. There is no LOP
You
on the Super
gotta
Bowl
pay the Super Bowl before it airs, which is a huge problem.
Yeah.
So we're going to work on that. But, it becomes impossible. I haven't seen anyone, what frustrates me the most about these hearings is why somebody isn't coming up and being like, hey, is this a problem? And, let's see some data on it. Where's the insurance company representatives that we can get into the hearing and say, how much have you paid out? I want to hear about employee salaries. I want to hear about claims. How much have you paid out? What's going to property damage because our vehicles are more expensive?
That's like this guy right here. I don't know if you saw. Where is he? Back it up.
Underway in thousands with stations. Thank you. William Wolf, Anna Blake. Underway in
increases in slip and falls in recent years. One of our clients has seen increases in slip and falls.
Asked when was he coming home? Stand with the people that.
Vice Chair Johnson and
Yeah, I think it's this guy who runs an insurance company in Fort Worth.
committee members, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you in favor of 4806. My name is Dale Randall, and I'm the president of ABC Insurance Agency, and I have over 36 years' experience in the insurance industry. Today, I'd like to talk about the effects of lawsuit abuse based on real examples, and it's not just trucking and that type of stuff. 25 years ago, we sold a building outright. 2 years ago, a maintenance worker fell through the skylight of that building. We got sued. We're still in that lawsuit today, and we sold the building 25 years ago. That's the very epitome of lawsuit abuse. I've seen huge increases in slip and falls in recent years. One of our clients has seen the number of claims double in the past 2 years from meritless slip and fall claims. That has caused them a 93% increase in liability insurance this year.
So that has caused them a 93% increase in insurance. Isn't he the one selling them the insurance?
Well, I think first off, I love statistics that aren't tied to names, dates, locations, or any verifiable facts. Like I think there was a comment that just came up. It's like I have this client that he paid double. He pays double what he did last year. Like, who is this client and why does he pay double? And like I said, it all ties back to why is no one looking at the carrier? I'm not, I love capitalism. I'm not saying profit's bad. Every business, if you run a really sound business, you deserve to make profit. But for some reason, like, no one's looking at the carrier. Like, they're all like, we're paying double that we did 5 years ago. I paid double on a lot of stuff that I was paying 5 years ago. And like, are we looking at the carrier and saying, are the profit margins higher? Are the claims being paid out more? Where's the difference? Are the property damage claims more expensive than they were in the past? Where's the gap?
I think if you look at when I look through I've looked through some of the quarterly reports, and I've never seen in State Farm, I've looked through State Farm, Liberty Mutual's, both of their quarterly earning reports and yearly reports from 2024, not once are lawsuits mentioned. It's all losses on property.
All right.
But none of that is brought up. We didn't hear any of that except from Jack Walker and TTLA in the trucking bill 2 weeks ago. We also didn't hear anything today. Remember, public testimony was only limited to 2 hours from the Texas Insurance Commission.
Why would you?
That goes to your point of like, why don't we hear from anybody from the Insurance Commission?
Because they have nothing to say.
I don't even know if they're aware of the bill.
The Insurance Commission?
I don't even know if the Insurance Commissioner is aware of this bill.
It might be.
What did you think about, in my opinion, my favorite moment, well, not that it's a good thing, that this happened or that any of the testimony had to happen, but to me it had to be this moment.
Fund. My name is in the disclaimer, and a lot
of ads that have been
my organ
run against me, and
there's other issues too. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Holm. I have a question. I'd like a simple yes or no answer to it. Are you behind, or do you have anything to do with the attack ads run against me and or my Republican colleagues in the House? Yes or no?
Well, sir.
Please tell me you saw this interaction.
Yeah, I mean, not to poke fun at Leach, but he seems to be a very sensitive guy.
Yes.
For somebody, I think in Jeff Leach's world, I think that he believes that he should be able to do whatever he wants and not have nobody question what he's doing. He takes massive donations, and let's not pick out one politician. They all do. Politics.
That's what we were that's funny you say that.
Politics is a dirty business, but I feel like Leach, from what I see from Leach, he gets very upset when people pretty much tell the truth and say, hey, look.
That's right. So we were talking about earlier, about an hour ago, about how he's taken last year 515, and no one brought up a great point. It's not just Jeff Leach. Will Hood, who sits 3 chairs to the left of Leach, $298,000.
Yep. Yeah.
Why is that a problem?
I mean, it's a huge problem. Our representatives are supposed to be representing the citizens of Texas. They're not supposed to be representing huge business organizations and groups, right? Now, of course, you know, they're made up of individuals, and I think if they want to donate individually to whatever cause that they support, that's fine. But the way it is now, and I mean, I think we talked about it last week on the phone, it's, you know, sometimes the politicians almost don't have a choice if they would like to continue in politics, right? TLR comes up to them and says, you're going to do what I say, or like, you will not be a representative here anymore because we're going to run somebody against you, right? And so...
So what do you mean by Jeff Leach wants to do whatever he wants with no consequence?
It's almost like, you know, when I hear Jeff Leach speak, it's almost like he has, you know, he knows what he's doing is wrong. Deep down, I think he like knows, and that's why he gets upset when people criticize him for taking donations. I think he knows, and I don't think he reacts well to the criticism because it kind of shoves it back in his face of why are you doing the things that you're doing, right? If you're, you know, Jeff Leach has been around tort reform for how long?
He's been up there 10 years, I think 10 or 15 years he's been in the House.
And continuous, right? It's just a continuous assault on plaintiffs over those last 10 years, right? And I think he gets upset, you know, when he gets called out on anything, really, when he should be defending himself, I think, in a more appropriate manner. You know, like he's mad about these attack ads. Well, you know what? It's politics. Right?
Yes, that's what's my point
politics.
too.
You want to talk about attack ads that Republicans throw out there into the media? You want to go down that road, Leach, and then we can talk about that. Oh, but when it's right back at you, that's when you get upset, and that's what I don't like.
Or the bill. The bill is an attack on your own constituents. That's the thing. The bill that you're sponsoring, SB 304806, is the attack. I mean, you're attacking all these people that are testifying against it. And what's funny about Leach, too, is I think when he says, like he had, right, where is he? I think it was
something that can be where you stand against them.
I will have nothing to do.
So this young woman testified about how she was sexually assaulted. And this is Leach's response.
They shouldn't be standing against us and standing with abusers and institutions who protect them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schneider. Before we go on, I just thank you for your courage and your bravery and for being here. I want you to know, you're from Collin County, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm glad you're here.
So his own constituent, that's his district.
I will have nothing to do with a bill, any bill that penalizes or that takes tools away from victims and survivors of sexual abuse and assault. I will have nothing to do with it.
So he seems very empathetic. Very empathetic. He does this a lot after victims testify, which is like, I promise you this won't close the courthouse doors. I promise you this won't cap damages. I promise you this won't affect sexual assault victims. Versus him just attacking the plaintiff's lawyer. So I think it's fake empathy.
I mean, it might be. It's impossible to know with politicians.
That's true.
So
That's
you don't
true.
really know, you know, what his true feelings are. I think he's, you know, looking at Leach compared to the other representatives, senators, I think he's just more emotionally triggered. I think he has a real hard time taking criticism without reacting. And you don't really see that from a lot of representatives.
None of the other representatives spoke today except for Hutton, I think it was. Dyson didn't speak. LaHood didn't speak. Hayes asked one question about medical billing. Johnson barely spoke. None of them, and also nobody else thanks any of the witnesses for their testimony. No, they all just stay dead silent.
Right.
If they're even there. Like Schofield wasn't even there today. And Schofield's taken $20K last year from TLR. He's the lowest level offender. So just I don't know why he just on any moment, Leach will find a moment to go off on a plaintiff's lawyer anytime he can, which is really stupid when he's the one that is limiting testimony.
Right.
So let me ask you about this. What is your thoughts on, we've heard a lot about how Medicare rates, capping damages. What do you think is the biggest issue with this bill in regard to proving at trial mental anguish and pain and suffering damages?
The biggest hurdle in this bill?
Right, because like, as I read the bill, like we heard from a victim, like this young woman,
right,
who can't talk, or the gentleman who was severely burned and lost all of his fingers, right here, when we heard from him. So those are the people that could have recovery because you can see their injury.
Right.
But everybody else is screwed.
I mean, that's the whole purpose of the bill, right? Is to make things more and more difficult, to try to put everybody in a box. That's what the insurance companies want. Just every injury and every victim to be in a predefined box, right? And that's what we're pushing towards consistently. You know, insurance companies hate jury trials, and they hate the idea of jury trials because it's an undetermined result, right? And it could be the same or similar accident with two completely different results depending on the jury.
Right.
And insurance companies hate that, right? So this is just a complete push to put everybody in a box, right? To where it's like if you were rear-ended and this is your injury, it's almost like a settlement calculator. That's what they want to have. That's what the insurance companies want to have, is predetermined rates for reimbursement to plaintiffs for injuries and accident scenarios. So they don't completely takes the risk analysis out of the organization.
Right, so then they can just put random numbers or whatever number their algorithm, I guess, says is appropriate. And then apply it uniformly to every case. Back injury case, that's a $15,000 case, no matter the circumstance.
I think that would be the ultimate goal.
Yeah.
I am in the camp that I think the natural disasters across the United States are scaring the, can we curse on the show?
Yeah, you can. I think so. I don't think YouTube punishes, maybe they do, but
Yeah.
I've been doing it.
So I think, I think the natural disasters are really scaring the carriers because it's you can't, their risk analysis is getting thrown off, right? And they do have some ways to try to predict natural disasters, but it's obviously hasn't been working out in terms of what they're insuring. But
that's funny that you bring that up. There's an article I was going to cover today. That talks about, and this is an insurance, claimsjournal.com. Auto rate increases of more than 40% a year, despite reaching an underwriting profit of $1.8 billion. Auto recording increase out of Allstate of 132%, $816 million. But in regard, and I promise I'll get to what Nolan's point was, net income down after wildfires. So that's exactly what Nolan's talking about.
And that's the biggest problem I have with this bill is that, if insurance companies, if you are having profitability issues for some reason, then let's hear about it and let's figure out what the cause is. Completely understandable that a fire that's going to cost how many hundreds of billions of dollars in California could cause you some profitability issues. That's completely understandable, right? But I feel like the assault on injured plaintiffs is kind of not the issue. It's it's an attack on the wrong symptom, right? Maybe the symptom is that, California is a very dry place and they're having droughts and there's a lot of wildfire risk and then there's a fire and the houses there average $3 to $4 million in a neighborhood and there's huge issues with that, right? Same thing with Florida. Florida gets pounded by hurricanes. It's like huge problem if you're an insurance carrier in Florida.
Yeah. That's what one thing the article talks about. It's like Allstate, 16.5 billion in revenue, but their income was down because of elevated catastrophic losses. You know what? It doesn't say elevate. You know what it doesn't say? Nuclear verdicts, personal injury lawyers, billboards. It doesn't say any of that shit. Oh wow, it's even higher than what you and I were just saying. 3.3 billion. That is insane. That's how much damage that fire's caused. 70,000 customers. Whoa.
Yeah, I think it would be really interesting to see what you should be paying for auto insurance.
That would be awesome.
If we took, let's call it DFW and said, this is how much with a healthy profit margin you should be paying for auto. It's like, you're not responsible for the California wildfires. You're not responsible for the Florida hurricanes.
Right.
The tornadoes in Oklahoma aren't your responsibility. Like, this is what your coverage should be for auto in DFW. And see if that matches up and what the rate would be, or maybe even across the state of Texas, and see what it would be.
I like that.
Would be very interesting. But yeah, my biggest complaint I have about all of the hearings, what Leach is doing, what any of the representatives are doing, is there's not enough facts, right? These bills are thrown out there, and you're like, well, where's the insurance company? Are they going to agree to lower rates? Because this is what this is what we're doing. Like, that's the goal of the bill, right? To lower insurance rates. None of the insurance companies are present. They're never going to agree to lower rates unless they're forced to.
Okay, let me pause there, because you're a business guy. Went to Texas Tech. Got it. What was your undergrad in finance?
No, just business administration.
Okay, so no one can answer this a lot better than I can. Let's say the bill passes. All right, they get everything they want. Why would the insurance company, if they're making a profit, lower the premiums? Like, why would they lower their prices? Because that's the idea. The idea is, hey, if we pass tort reform, they're going to lower their prices.
Right.
Why would that not actually happen in practice, or would it?
It could create a little bit of additional competition. If you want to go look at the other side of the coin, that they could get into a price war to try to get market share in Texas of automobile premiums. But I think generally they wouldn't, right? And you see that with any business out there. I mean, and that goes from law firms, defense attorneys and their firms. It's like nobody, when they make more money, when they have higher revenues and less costs, nobody's jumping up and down to like give all of it back, right? Like they're, the main goal of an organization is profitability. It's like revenue and obviously net profit at the end of it. So I don't think they will unless they're forced to. And you're dealing with organizations that they do not care what the public thinks about them either, or what the public's opinion is.
Do you think I think that's because we're forced to buy the product. Because like for auto, you're forced to buy the product in order to drive. I mean, why don't you think they're subject to public criticism? Is it because you're required to have the product?
You're required to have the product. The major market is very small, right? So you got Allstate, just the big boys who do a lot of advertising, Allstate, State Farm, Geico, Farmers, whatever it is. So, and it's a very closed market, right? It's very hard to, become a behemoth insurance company just from a financial perspective of the money that you would need to get there, in my opinion. I don't know the specifics, but I think the market's very closed, and I think they've kind of figured out. It's kind of like the airlines. I compare them to the airlines, that people really only care about price, right?
Oh,
so they go to an insurance company, and the airlines figured this out like 15 years ago, where when people go look for airplane tickets, all they care about is the price. When you go and look for insurance, you go to Allstate, Geico, State Farm, go with whoever gives you the cheapest rate with the coverage that you need. So I think they just simply don't care at the end of the day what their customers or clients think about them.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I never thought about that too. Like when you're researching car insurance, I didn't, like when we switched to Progressive, I didn't look up who has the best customer service. It was just like, all right, who has the best price? Because I have to buy it.
Right.
So who's got the best price?
Right.
Let me change topics real quick, because when I saw this morning, this lawyer is very well known on social media. His name's Adam Lowy. He's very popular on Twitter. Whoops. And one thing that's unique about Nolan is, although Nolan's done a lot of litigation, I think since going on your own, you have a pretty healthy balance of what's called pre-litigation versus litigation, right? I barely have any experience in pre-litigation, but I have pretty substantial, I think, experience in litigation. And one thing, I'll show you Adam Lowy's testimony, which I thought on this specific topic was interesting and wanted to see if you agree.
Lowy, let's go to you. Adam, I've got you here on behalf of yourself. Adam Lowy, registered against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Chair Leach. I'm Adam Lowy, personal injury lawyer for 20 years here in Austin. There's going to be some amazing people talking about the catastrophic injuries that are going to be harmed because of this, the ability to seek justice. I want to talk about a consequence that I find is not talked about enough here, and that is if SB 30 passes, or the House bill, there will be dramatically more lawsuits filed in the state of Texas. Right now, we have a pre-suit regime, if you will, in which most cases are resolved without a lawsuit. People are injured, they go get the medical care they need, and then lawyers send pre-suit demands, and after some back and forth, the case gets settled for amounts that aren't the ones talked about politically, but are reasonable amounts. Once you put a regime like saying you can only get 300% of Medicare or you can only get comp, you immediately tell these insurance companies pre-suit that they should not pay even the meds that are presented to them. So what happens is someone who has $10,000 in meds and makes a demand to Allstate's going to say, it's not $10,000, it's $1,800, and we're going to give you $2,000 in pain and suffering, and that's the offer. What happens then, members? Lawsuits happen, because you cannot settle these cases once the insurance companies are given justification to lowball the medical. That is the biggest problem, broadly speaking, with this bill, because you cannot simply have a situation in which people cannot pay their medical bills. So when you look at this and you look at the consequence of this, we're going to be back here in a couple years where our friends from TLR are going to be saying there's too many lawsuits being filed, which is going to be the direct result of people not being able to get things done pre-suit because this is a medical cap.
Who has a lot of pre-suit experience. Do you agree with Adam? Or is he wrong? Is he way off base?
No, I think he's 100% correct.
Okay, why?
Because essentially, the bill as it's written is going to make pre-suit settlements almost impossible to accommodate.
Why is that?
For the reasons that Adam just spelled out completely, is that insurance companies are going to see the green light to offer ridiculously low amounts of money in the hopes that people will take it. They will undercut medical, as they always done, but it will get more extreme to where they're only offering, $1,000, $2,000 to pay off $10,000 in medical, right? I think we've learned over the last 20 years that when given the opportunity, insurance companies always do the wrong thing every time.
Can you give us an example of where in pre-litigation, you had a case in pre-litigation that Adam's talking about, where you get offered below the medical bills, but then you had to file the lawsuit and ultimately they pay way more than that?
Example. Yeah,
Okay.
so I represented a motorcyclist last year who was rear-ended. He was sitting at a stoplight, at a red light, was rear-ended by a car going about 45 miles an hour. Suffered multiple fractures in his neck, was in the hospital for a week. His health insurance paid, I believe, $40,000 for his treatment. Insurance company's first offer was $35,000.
So he did the right thing. He used his own health insurance.
Right.
Didn't use one of these doctors they complain about.
Right.
Gets rear-ended. So it's not his fault, and it's not frivolous.
Right.
And why would they offer $35,000 when his medical bills alone are $45,000?
There's no simple answer, right? There really is not a simple answer to any of it. When you talk to the adjusters, it's not like they actually have
Articulable,
articulable reasons for why they do what they do. I think it's, a poke and prod, see who's going to file suit approach. I think there's, a lot of law firms that operate only pre-litigation firms that don't really have the client's best interest at heart, that don't push cases as far as they need to go. The case from last year obviously ended up settling once the lawsuit was filed.
So what did you tell the client? Hey, the offer's $35,000. You're going to be negative money if you take this, right? So how did the client respond when you told him, hey, this is what they've offered you?
I mean, I always tell people that, the stuff that we talk about right now on the live stream, our clients figure this out for the first time most of the time.
Right.
Once they get retained.
Right.
Or once they retain us. Right. They figure out how insurance companies operate and behave when they go through their first accident claim. Right. And so it's just a continuous discussion with the clients about, because they want to know why. This doesn't make any sense, because for their entire lives, they didn't know that the insurance companies would do this to them after paying premiums for decades, that the first time they would need to make a claim, that the insurance companies would do this to them, right? So it's a constant battle just to explain to them, it's not your fault, nothing you did wrong. There might not even be an actual reason for why this is happening.
So then you say, hey, obviously we got to file suit.
That's right.
Which I'm sure he definitely wanted to do. Was excited about having to file a lawsuit?
He was not excited. He was not excited about filing the lawsuit or the lawsuit being filed. He honestly didn't even know that it was a possibility, that it could have gotten to that point, because, I mean, the hardest part is just explaining to the clients, right?
Yeah.
Our clients of like, there's nothing that you did wrong. It's like, this is just how the insurance companies treat people, just generally across the board. This is how people are treated by them.
Have you ever had a defense lawyer, after the situation like this, you file suit, the defense lawyer calls you up and says, hey, I'm not sure why you had to file suit on this? I have had that happen before.
Yeah.
You're like, well, because in pre-lit, they offered my client $35,000 on a $45,000 bill. Yeah. Let's look to the chat. Okay. At no point in discussing with the insurance company anymore. Yeah, no point. We'll see you at trial. There's a standing order at my law firm to file every single case. I think that is the future. Because what's the point of even negotiating pre-lit now, or after this bill?
There really isn't. I mean, it's going to be a time issue, right? And like, what's best for the clients is to get litigation started as quickly as possible. Sometimes within a week of the accident. You might have
that's a good point.
I mean, the courts are going to get overrun. There's going to be an overflow of cases. The judges aren't going to be happy about it. Insurance companies probably aren't going to be happy. They haven't figured this out yet because they're not great at understanding what's going to happen.
Foreshadowing.
They're probably not going to be too happy when they have to hire all this defense counsel, additional defense counsel, and they have. To me, the bill actually hurts the insurance companies in a weird way.
What do you mean?
An organization that is built on risk analysis, you want cases to resolve in pre-litigation because that gives you a final number or finite amount for each claim. Like, no insurance company wants 90% open claims that are going to trial. That doesn't make any sense.
Right.
So I don't think, this is going to be probably addressed in 2 years, I would guess.
Yeah, look at Mike says, last year got offered pre-lit $20,000, case settled for over $2 million.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I see, like I said, I don't know what the end result's going to be with the insurance companies, because I think, I don't think they're thinking this through, right? Of all these plaintiffs' lawyers are going to be like, we're just going to go to trial, and it's going to catch them off guard. And they're going to be like, well, why won't you resolve this claim? Well, it's like, we can't, we obviously can't do anything with the claim and resolve it to the satisfaction of our clients.
Right.
So I think it's going to come back and harm them in the future. And then there will be another TLR bill in 2 weeks talking about how we need to have a special court just for car accidents.
Oh, you're right. I could see that.
Special court with a special flag outside just for car accidents.
I could see that. Yeah, that's a really good point. They'll probably argue, look, so many people filed cases after SB 30, we now need car wreck court only.
Yeah.
And those are going to be appointed by the governor.
I think that's where it's headed, honestly. I wouldn't be shocked if we get to that point of like, if this does pass, then they're like, okay, we have too many lawsuits now. All right, what are we going to do about this?
I wonder too is
Let's create a business court that's just like arbitration.
Yeah,
Like
we
a
saw
very-
that with the business court.
Right.
You're right.
It's essentially just a low-level arbitration. Just
Mike says, people like us are not going to back down and just try every case until they realize people don't care that much about the past medical or how many times the plaintiff gets poured out.
Let's non-suit at all.
Yeah. Well, here's what's interesting about the bill that has never been brought up is you can no longer non-suit past medical. You can't do it. Even if you do it, it's still admissible. I don't know why nobody has talked about this. It is a huge hole in the bill that I've heard it from a lot of plaintiffs' lawyers. Well, now I'm just going to drop all the medical. Whoa. You're still screwed because under the bill it says past medical, even as non-suited, is still automatically admissible. Because they anticipated that people were going to do that.
Right.
Yeah, so that's going to be a false anchor, which is stupid because it's not relevant.
I mean, TLR probably has this already teed up, but we should probably change like the rule of relevance.
Yeah,
and and just go like we could give it an entirely new definition in the dictionary.
Any probative
Anything
value
that's ever happened to you that you've been around is relevant.
Even irrelevant evidence is admissible.
Yeah, I think it's. I think it's just gonna. It's gonna be intense. I think there's gonna be, a lot more trials. There's gonna be clients are gonna be upset. I don't think it's gonna have the effect the insurance companies want it to have.
That makes me think, Nolan, is you saying, I don't think this is going to save the insurance company's money. That makes me almost think, kind of a light bulb moment for me here. It makes me think that it's these businesses that are pushing the bill and purposely excluding the insurance companies. Maybe, because you and I don't get to see how TLR's background strategy, because they're obviously not going to share it with anybody. I wonder if we broke down, are they getting more money from insurance companies or more money from straight businesses?
I always had that thought, just because generally speaking, the more revenue you make, the more actual profit, even if your margins go down a little bit, like the total figure of your profit goes up. I don't know. I think businesses are, they're upset about their insurance rates. They're trying to find someone to blame. Right?
Yeah.
And I think the issue becomes the insurance companies are in the pockets of so many politicians that we got to find someone to blame, right? And it's going to be plaintiffs and plaintiff attorneys. That's a lot easier than trying to convince the politicians to go against the insurance companies directly.
Right. I had to use the restroom real quick. This lady, I want to come back, and I want to hear your reaction to. I don't know if you saw this lady who said that her lawyer was forcing her to get injections. Let me be right back. You keep holding down the line.
Makes sense. Well, how do you pause? Can we go on break?
Pause. It's live.
Oh, it's live?
It's just you.
Okay, we'll talk about some comments here. Submit it and tell the jury we aren't even asking for it, the cognizance around what the jury writes down. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. I think there's going to be a lot of new trial tactics that we can use. Like I said, I feel like this is not going to work out for the insurance company. But there's going to be a lot more litigating, and I think a lot more trials than we're seeing right now, which should let the plaintiff lawyers who want to be in trial and want to litigate more opportunity to do so, which is great. This is a question for the viewers, and I struggle to understand the anger towards personal injury firms making money while simultaneously, the other argument being that insurance companies should be allowed to make money. Texas was built on free enterprise, in capitalism, but I've heard more testimony about the money that personal injury lawyers make, which I thought, was how a free economy works. I don't know what everybody else thinks, or, why we're singled out, compared to, let's put an example, AC companies, AC and heating. Some of them make tens of millions of dollars per year, and they don't get singled out. There's no legislation trying to attack what they do, so it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. Heavy majority of my colleagues who work for a carrier have not even heard of SB 38 HB 40Os. That makes sense. Right. That is true. That is actually a great point. We do some very obnoxious things sometimes with billboards. And when you put $1 billion on a billboard, I'm shocked when this happens. But it's also a good point on State Farm. It's true. Jim, welcome back.
Getting any good questions?
Yeah, I mean, this is, like I said, I think the insurance industry as a whole, specifically the car insurance industry, it's like you have a product that if you don't buy it, you get a ticket.
Right.
It's probably one of the only products out there. And whenever you do need the service, they decide whether they're going to give it to you or not.
They get to decide, too.
Only they get to say. I mean, it's the best. I think insurance, there was like a quote from, because insurance has been around for like a long time.
Yeah.
Like hundreds of years. And there was a quote, even back then, they were talking about like the early 1900s, like talking about how it's just like the most amazing industry of all time. It's just like we take your money and then we decide whether we're going to do what we told you we were going to do whenever the time comes.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, but I completely agree on the PI lawyers. One of the comments saying PI lawyers are easier to target. I completely agree with that.
Well, we've also done a terrible job at public image.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
We're good. Got you a little tangled up.
no, we have. I mean, we've done we've done a truly terrible job.
There's terrible ads. There's
Terrible ads,
cheesy
they're
ads. The
obnoxious,
billboards are
cheesy.
nuts.
Yeah. That's true. That's a good point.
We just haven't done ourselves any favors. Okay, we got to order some lunch. What food are you craving?
Yeah, I think, my opinion, I mean, this isn't based on any fact. This is from what I see. Just knowing how insurance company work and businesses work, I think they don't like the jury system at all. I think insurance companies, commercial carriers, businesses, they don't want there to be a jury system at all. But they can't just come out and write a bill that says we're removing the right to a trial by jury. So this is where these bills. I'm sure if they could have it their way, would you disagree with that, Jim, or agree?
No, I completely agree. I mean, I'm reading Jared's comment of this. Jeff Leach thinks jurors are stupid. Yes.
Yeah.
The answer is yes.
Jeff Leach doesn't want juries to exist anymore. Like that's the main goal of what we're trying to get to is, like, Jeff Leach does not. If there was a way to get rid of the juries, Jeff Leach would have already done that by now.
And the reason that Jeff Leach wants it is because that's where the money's coming from. He's being paid to do it. It's very simple. Okay, what type of food? Let's take a guess in the chat. What type of food? Monica Goff is not even on the live stream.
Is she not?
No, she's on an airplane on the way back from Florida. Have you ever had cowboy chicken?
That's all right.
So we're gonna say no. There's Lone Star Smokehouse, Thai, Wingstop.
That sounds pretty good.
Wingstop.
I'm gonna take this mic off. So I use the restroom.
It's right if you go out that door to the right. Nolan. Let me cue up this testimony here. So I get. Oh, what type of wings do you want?
Just whatever.
Okay. Get some wings for us here. Comment below what your favorite wings are. I think I need more than 20 wings. I don't think 15's. Cowboy, dude, cowboy chicken's the shit. Gotta get the fries on that thing. Gotta get, sorry guys, we are ordering, hot buffalo, Cajun. Dude, I feel you, brother. Gotta get some drinks though too. Hold on, give me a second here. Okay, got a couple of Coke Zeros and some wings. Hey, you like Coke Zero?
Yeah.
Okay.
Still live streaming?
Still live streaming.
Lose viewers? I'm about to get some more viewers here.
You got to. I mean, where's Steve Choppa? Where's Danny Choppa? Where are they? And we're about to do another giveaway. That's right. Okay, now I want to listen to this lady because I didn't hear her full testimony. But I caught a little bit of it, so I want to replay this lady.
That decision led me into a web of exploitation and that accident, however, by a car accident on August the 18th, 2023. Even more so by what followed. I was not at fault in that accident. However, the real damage came afterwards when I hired a personal injury attorney that I thought that I could trust. That decision led me into a web of exploitation where I became the target of unethical legal and medical practices under the guise of representation. My attorney referred me to medical providers within a network that they routinely work with. These providers required a letter of protection known as a LOP, which I later learned obligated me to accept highly inflated charges, some nearly 10 times the market rate. I was never properly informed of what I was signing, so my consent was uninformed. I did not know that I was going to be billed for services that I never received, miscategorized procedures, or double billing. None of the bills were sent to me, the patient. They were sent directly to the attorney. One neurologist even told me that he had to ask my attorney for permission to administer an injection. Why would a medical decision depend on legal approval?
That is not what happened.
It's not what happened.
That is not what happened.
I mean, Jim, the first thing when I hear her testimony is like, are you a grown-up?
Dude, that is a great.
Are
Okay,
you an actual?
explain that.
Are you an actual adult, or do you just, what? Do you make decisions for yourself, or do you just let other people make decisions for you? That's the first.
That's what I'm wondering earlier. Is she's like, if she has a problem with her lawyer, why didn't she just fire him?
It's like my lawyer did this, the providers did that. It's like you are a grown adult. It's like you can make your own decisions. If you want to fire your attorney, as you know, you have every right to do so.
Right.
It's like you don't have to go to the providers. They're not coming to your house and kidnapping you and making you go to your appointments.
Well, she said she was forced to get an injection.
Forced, right.
Have you ever had a client go into the doctor and the doctor says, shut up, lay down, I'm shoving a needle in you?
Well, I'm going to email her and ask her for the police report for kidnapping. I assume she called the police when someone was forcing a needle to go into her.
Right, yeah. Wonder how the DA came down on this. Okay, the other thing is okay, well, why would a doctor ever call the lawyer, and I can think of why the lawyer had to approve it, and the only reason would be coverage. The provider probably called the lawyer and said, hey, is there enough insurance? Right. Because if it's a $30,000 policy and she needs 10 injections that are $100,000, the doctor can't get paid. Right. And who's going to know that? He's not going to call the insurance company. First of all, they're not going to talk to him, and they're not going to be allowed to disclose the amount of insurance because they don't let you in Texas. The plaintiff's lawyer is going to know.
Right.
So would you rather that the plaintiff's lawyer didn't talk to the doctor, they run up to a giant bill that won't get paid back?
Exactly. Exactly. But if she's saying she wasn't injured, I'm not sure why she kept going to treatment.
Why? I didn't even think of that. Why are you still going?
Yeah. I don't.
Friend who is another attorney who convinced me to fire my current attorney and hired him instead. This wasn't about helping me, it was about their personal gain. I have $9,200 in charges for appointments that I never attended, which I can prove through timestamp records. There is no question in my mind that this...
Well, the records wouldn't be timestamped if you weren't there.
Well, that attorney doesn't sound like a friend. She said my attorney was my friend. Convinced me. But I guess they're not.
A kickback relationship exists between attorneys and these providers. When my case settled, I finally obtained a copy of my medical bill.
So the case settled. Wait, so you got your case settled even though you're telling the committee your case was frivolous? What? So she still asked the lawyer to settle the case, right? Am I hearing that right?
Yeah, I think she was compensated for her accident. It sounds like she wants to, pay the full cost of the LOP treatment, and she was upset that there was a reduction to the LOP charges.
So she got more money in her pocket.
Yeah, but I think she's saying that's wrong. So they're probably gonna...
One injection bill.
Well, she could pay back the difference if she wanted to with her settlement funds.
She could.
I mean, I don't see the doctor turning that down.
But she probably started complaining after she cashed her check.
Yeah.
That's what I assume.
Bill was $4,995.
Ms. Warren, if you can wrap up your testimony.
Sorry.
One more sentence.
Okay. And then I called the same doctor's office, which is the non-network side, and the cash pay price was $300.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Is it Mr. Davis?
It is.
Is that right? Okay, I've got you here, John Davis, on behalf of yourself as an attorney registered against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr.
Okay. Yeah, if you could pull the mic over. Thank you, Vice Chair. Okay, go ahead.
By the way, they're sitting next to a couple whose 16-month-old was killed by a truck
That's a
driver.
very sad story. Yeah. And Jim, I'll say I do not understand what the confusion is with members of the panel in testimony on the fact that you're getting treatment that you're not paying for up front.
I don't think they understand that.
Who would treat an injury patient, not get paid up front? Wouldn't you just go into private practice?
Or maybe never get paid ever. What if the jury hates your client regardless of the medical treatment?
Right.
Then nobody gets paid. Lawyer doesn't get paid, client doesn't get paid, doctors don't get paid.
Right. I don't know why people are shocked that these bills could, are above what the cash rate price would be.
Right. They have to be because of the number one, the risk, and then like you mentioned earlier, the years it takes to get paid, the doctor to get paid back.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for 25 years, my firm's practiced personal injury and workers' compensation law. I appear to oppose HB 4806 and to specifically address why fee guidelines for the workers' compensation system would be improper and how this bill would be unfairly prejudicial.
He's talking about how now, I hope, Jared says, I hope this is not the case, but I bet she was hit by a minimum policy individual and she has no UIM and is unhappy with the result. That's possible.
I think that's actually a great point. That's probably accurate.
That's probably right. So he's talking about, in the bill, the workers' comp rates are automatically admissible, even if it's not a comp case, even if the victim is a minor who wouldn't qualify for comp.
Makes sense.
Yeah, right. Makes perfect sense. Okay. I didn't get to see, there was some testimony I didn't get to see that I'd like to, if you don't mind. And I think these guys were for the bill.
What's your name, ma'am?
Lorianne Bland.
Lorianne Bland. Okay. You're Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Look, Schofield is gone. LaHood gone. And then why does the bill author gets to sit up there? Never even noticed that. Oh no, there's LaHood right there. My bad. Okay, but Schofield's gone.
Which one is Alexis? Okay, can I have you step and we'll put you on a panel forthcoming?
Hey, you know who's right there?
No, notice him for anywhere.
You notice who's that, Nolan?
Parsley.
Mm-mm-mm.
He does, to be fair, he does have great hair. I'll give him that.
He has a lot of hair.
He has a lot of hair. I mean, he's an older guy.
Yeah, for an older guy, yeah.
For an older guy, he's got great hair.
Yeah,
I
I'll give him that.
don't like his position, but even if I saw him in person, I'd compliment his hair, and then I would say I'd have a lot of complaints about the things that he does.
It's that line in Wedding Crashers where he's like, I don't like you or you're just your general outlook on things, but let's do it, I'm psyched.
So, yeah, I don't, apparently from what I hear, Lee has been on this wagon for the last like 40 years.
Yep.
I had a very confidential source.
Really?
Yeah. Goes by UM.
Really?
Yeah.
He said that.
2-word first name.
So UM said that Lee has been doing this for 40 years?
Well, that he went to law school with Lee and that he's been on this.
That's right. Lee went to Tech.
Yeah.
That he has been on this. He went to law school to be a lobbyist.
Very close friend of me and you. Obviously a little older.
Wow.
He's been litigating in Dallas for a long time.
Wow. How could you? That is weird.
Yeah.
But he's made a lot of money.
Who? Lee?
Lee.
Of course he has, yeah.
I mean, he has made a lot more money than we ever will.
And I mean, I don't blame him. It's two opposite sides of the coin, right? You know, looking at the transportation industry, I mean, a huge part of their balance sheet is liability premiums.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, of course, they're going to try to, you know, they're not trying to help Texans with it. They're trying to make more money.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't necessarily fault them for trying to do this as much as I fault our representatives.
I do for being stupid enough to believe the insurance company when the insurance company who sold you the product doesn't take responsibility. Doesn't say, well, that's not our fault. It's like, well, you're selling the product. You mean it's not your fault?
Right.
I've never been in an accident. None of my employees have ever been sued. Why are you raising my rates?
Well, actually, a little bit off topic, but I saw in Florida they were trying to reintroduce bills because apparently tort reform went a little too far.
Yes, I heard that too.
I saw a lot of Republican signatures on there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I haven't heard what exactly that bill says.
I think the gist of it was they're trying to remove, because you're going to have a hard time imagining this, but once the bill was passed, insurance companies immediately started delaying every settlement and rightful disposition of a claim, which is hard to imagine.
Shocking.
It's hard to imagine, right? And so some of the Republicans in Florida, they felt a little duped. They honestly believed that wasn't going to be the case.
They actually in Florida launched a full committee because there's a committee investigation in Florida right now because the insurance industry went in front of the Florida legislature and said, we're losing money. When what they did was they took money and siphoned it to a subsidiary of the insurance company to appear to the legislature that they were at a net loss.
That's another huge issue.
Yeah.
And then after they got in trouble for doing that, I saw a news release from the insurance company saying that rates were going to go down by about 10%.
Did they?
That's what they're saying. After they got in trouble for lying,
after they got popped.
And a significant amount of politicians on both sides of the aisle were going to come down pretty hard on their industry. So.
Oh my God, it's so freaking corrupt.
Tell me your name again, ma'am.
Lori Ann Bland.
Okay, let's start with Ross DeVetri.
What do you think about people that wear vests with suits? You a fan of the vest? Do you ever wear the vest?
Is that who are you referring to?
LaHood is wearing a vest with his suit.
Is that LaHood?
Ross, I have you here on behalf of your...
I think he does do a little criminal defense.
Yeah.
Is the vest look more popular with the criminal?
I've
defense
heard
guys?
from one of our close friends, I heard that a lot of criminal defense attorneys go with the vest.
Huh? Do you ever rock the vest?
No.
I don't either. I don't think I've ever owned a suit that had the vest. And I don't think it looks bad. I've just always wondered why people.
Not a fan of Leach's suit today. I'm not a.
Dude, it is insulting.
The cream suit.
It is.
I mean, Leach is very insulting to a lot of the people who testify. He does not give too much respect to.
Sorry, Jake is texting me about the Chili's depot. All right, let's see what these folks got to say.
Yourself registered against the bill, is that correct?
It is, and the last name is DeVere.
Is it spelled correct? Devetre?
And that may have been a typo. Devere.
Devere. Okay. Do I have your permission to change that in the record?
You do.
And you're against the bill, correct?
That's correct.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. I am Dr. Ross DeVere, a clinical neuropsychologist, and I oppose HB 4806. One of the reasons is that it relies on past healthcare expenses to determine future healthcare. This will result in long-term harm of many injured Texans. I've evaluated injured people who have experienced physical issues, including traumatic brain injury, disfigurement, and chronic pain, and emotional issues such as PTSD, anxiety, and depression. And because of continued significant emotional distress, they often need a psychiatrist for a medication evaluation to reduce symptom severity, and psychological services to adjust to the disability and address role disruption in the family. These treatments also have secondary benefits on sleep disruption and pain perception. For various reasons, such as waiting on treatment authorization, prioritizing medical over mental health treatment, and mental health stigma, many people don't get these mental health treatments until later, sometimes long after the lawsuit has concluded. With HB 4806, if there are no past treatments, then they will not be awarded compensation for future treatments, so they likely won't get treated. When PTSD, anxiety, or depression are untreated, the results include greater dependence and burden on others.
That's a good point, that they just won't go to treatment.
Yep.
3, difficulty getting the person back to the workforce. Dysfunctional families and marriages, poor quality of life, worsening pain and sleep disruption.
That could have easily been prevented. My daughter Megan, son-in-law Clint, and grandson Connor were stopped at a construction site waiting on a pilot car when they were completely crushed by a negligent 18-wheeler. The car my family was traveling in burst into flames and was pushed 179 yards on fire until the truck stopped on its own. I would like to say no one should have to go through what my family's going through, and no one deserves to die like that. Kelsey McCafferty, my 14-year-old granddaughter, has lost everything, her mama, her daddy, her bubba, and has to face the rest of her life with
14 years old, her whole family's dead.
Yep, I saw that earlier this morning. You should wait, keep playing, and then the individual that's, I guess, to her left comes up and is pretty unintentional.
her family. Megan and Clint were a great young couple, teaching respect and value to their kids. My grandson Connor was not only an outstanding baseball player with hopes of being drafted right out of high school, but a genuine, gentle giant, as his teammates called him. He was 6'7", loving young man with a fierce competitor in sports as well as ag projects. They did everything as a family. Now Kelsey is alone to have to pick up the pieces of her shattered life. I would like you to reconsider House Bill 4806. Not every trucking accident can be grouped together under one blanket coverage. Circumstances of every accident are different, and there should not be limitations set because no two accidents are the same. I think my beautiful daughter, precious grandson, and son-in-law deserve 1 minute of your time to think about what would you do if this was your family. And don't you feel that the need to change the bill to help families in the future situation like this, then my family's lives were lost for nothing. Direct the legislation towards better training.
My family's lives were lost for nothing. Oh, shit.
That's right. Leach is going to say he's sorry, obviously.
For drivers. Don't put inexperienced drivers behind the wheels. And don't teach them to pass a CDL test, but to save lives.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Blaine. I'm very sorry for your loss.
And this is my family.
Thank you. Beautiful family. Kevin Kennedy?
Yes.
Beautiful. Did she say that they were dragged 179 yards?
Yeah.
On fire?
Yeah.
J. Kevin Kennedy here on behalf of yourself, registered against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, go ahead.
My name's Kevin Kennedy from Bertram, Texas. I'm here on behalf of the McCafferty family. I'm against.
Hang on. You're here
Oh, this is the guy that was on the news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
on behalf of who?
The McCafferty family.
Okay, I've got you here registered on behalf of yourself
That's
against
fine.
the bill.
That's fine.
Okay,
I'm here on behalf of myself.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
About 1 month ago, a tragic nuclear 18-wheeler crash took 3 of our family members, as Lori just described. Their car was stopped at a flagger at a TxDOT work zone where they were rear-ended at full highway speed by a tractor-trailer rig. The extreme severity of the crash is simply unthinkable. All were killed, Megan and Clint McCafferty and their 17-year-old son, Connor. That day, the truck drove about 1/2 mile down a perfectly straight road before striking Meg, Clint, and Connor at somewhere near 70 miles an hour. It took about 24 seconds to cover that distance. The driver had 24 seconds to react, to spare their lives, but he took no action to slow down or to attempt to avoid them. Kelsey, Clint and Meg's 14-year-old daughter, was thankfully not in the car that day, but she's been left devastated as the sole surviving member of this beautiful young family. The shocking crash garnished national attention, and it seems the entire world wants to safeguard Kelsey. That is, the whole world except you, our elected.
Whoa.
It gets better.
Whoa.
Yeah, you
that
did
was
really good work.
badass.
Wow.
The whole world except you.
Yeah.
Might freaking drop.
Representatives entrusted to serve the interests of Texans. Inexplicably, your concerns for the financial well-being of those that caused this unimaginable loss. What about the emotional and financial well-being of Kelsey? Chairman Leach, I've heard you say earlier today that you would consider an exception for victims of sexual assault. What about an exception for that strong young lady that came in here whose life has been tragically altered? What about an exception for Kelsey, whose parents and brother had been taken away from her? What about an exception for the indigent who have no opportunity to provide economic worth?
Thank you for your testimony. Alexis Reyes, is that? What's your name again? William Wolf. Okay, William Wolf, I have you here on behalf of Davis Crane Group and yourself registered for the bill. Is that correct?
Oh, this guy has to follow that up? Yeah. You know, this guy kind of looks like the beard you had during the bar exam. I'm not going to pull up your beard from the bar
He
exam.
kind of looks like the that guy from The Accountant. The movie
I've never seen that
goes
movie.
To the elderly people's home.
With Ben Affleck?
Yeah,
I've never seen that. I heard it's a great.
Ben Affleck's a great actor.
I heard that's a badass movie. Yeah. All right, Jesus, I can't imagine what this dude's going to say.
That is correct. My name is William Wolf with the Davis Crane Group based out of Irving, Texas. We're in support of this bill. Over the past several years, our liability rates have risen 68%, and our umbrella premiums have risen over 70%. In the crane business, the insurance market's already tight. There's not many that offer their services in the state of Texas as it is.
Dude.
Could it be because of the crane that fell down and destroyed an apartment complex, killing multiple individuals? Could that be
What
the
about
reason?
Mike Lyons' case where he got that verdict of $100 million because the crane killed that girl?
Yeah, could that be why the insurance carriers with crane cases, it's a tight industry? Maybe. I don't know. Not this guy's fault, though.
You know what's crazy is I have a video that I'm going to drop later this week of I'm acting as a guy running a crane, hitting this little figurine. I did not know that this guy was going to testify.
This crane guy. This crane guy. I mean, which is, you know, it's good. He built a business.
As I believe we have two. As I said here and I listened today, you know, we talk about, hey, we want to make it, you know, you don't want to hold certain people, you know, the bad actors, everybody into one for a few bad actors. Well, that seems to be the going thing in the trucking industry. A few bad actors are being held accountable for everybody else.
The problem is that's how a pool works.
Yeah, it's the entire.
That's how that's how insurance works. Yeah. Maybe if there were, the other thing is that the number of bad truckers outnumbers the, well, let me stop there. I don't know if the number of bad truckers outnumbers the amount of plaintiffs' lawyers. I'm gonna look that up.
So we're not taking that into consideration. And I think that's what a lot of this bill is for, is to stand up for the trucking industry as well as the drivers.
It's like all of the testimony is them complaining about the insurance industry.
Right.
Like it's all directed. Like we don't think it's fair because we have a clean record that the insurance company is charging us this amount of money.
Price gouging us.
We don't think it's fair that our cranes are expensive to insure. It's all directed at the insurance industry. How are we circumventing the insurance industry and coming back to plaintiffs as they're the problem?
Yeah, so that's the thing. It's directed at the plaintiff's lawyer while skipping the insurance industry, where they spend the beginning of their narrative talking about the insurance industry. Yeah, that's a great point.
And I think the insurance company never puts out statistics or answers any of the questions because they can't, right? They would have to lie. If they told the truth, that would blow up Leach's whole platform of like, yeah, you know, the issue isn't really the plaintiff's lawyers, it's something else.
Well, and it's not as sexy either. It's just not. It's not sexy to say, hey, well, let's talk about over reserving. Oh, everybody's on. Okay, let's talk about where your premiums actually go. Let's talk about the insurance company profits. No. Oh, well, let's talk about greedy plaintiff's lawyers.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nuclear verdicts.
Yeah. How is he going to end this testimony? This is terrible.
Not just the companies. You know, we look at the insurance companies, us as in the business, sure, we have, you know, lawyers that are assigned to us when an accident happens from the insurance company, okay? Those insurance, that lawyer essentially is working for the insurance company, not necessarily the business themselves, okay? So I think we have to take that into consideration. I honestly believe a lot of the situations that you've heard today is the same things that you see in the courtrooms. A bunch of, you know, let's turn it one way and twist it, and that's what we're facing.
What is he saying? Let's turn it one way and twist it. That these grandparents' testimony is twisted? Twisting what?
I mean, it's, you know, it's the same old testimony. Same old testimony where they come in there and really like what they have to say is, I mean, the meat and potatoes of their testimony is what? I want to make more money.
Right.
And I think that if we limit damages that plaintiffs are able to obtain, I think I'll make more money. That's all that really needs to be said by all of these people.
Yeah, what if they just said that?
For the bill. It'd be the most honest response. It's just, I think that we have no evidence this to be true, but I think that if we limit plaintiffs' damages, then I'll make more money, which will be good for me because I have stuff I need to buy.
Well, what if the premium keeps going up? What are they going to do?
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
Well, you know what they'll probably do, Jim? They'll probably keep saying that it's our fault.
That's right. Yeah, Jared says, a few bad actors are being held accountable for everyone else. It's not the plaintiffs or PI lawyers' cause, though. Maybe you should advocate for client-specific rates for your carrier then. Or go hire your own lawyer.
Yeah, I don't think this guy, understands that he can go hire his own lawyer.
Well, he just said that
shocked
the
that the-
insurance company is
Providing a lawyer,
providing.
but that he thinks it's
Lawyer.
for the insurance company, not for him. Which I'm not sure why he's shocked about that fact.
Huh. What do I do with my YouTube channel?
Viewership's climbing, Jim. It's getting
Where are we on viewership right now?
3, no Monica.
4. Monica's on an airplane. Steve Chapa has still not joined us. You know what? I'm not sure.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this panel? Okay, thank you. Thanks for being here. Okay.
If this number is 100% accurate. Because I couldn't have 83 views when the average viewership is 3 or 4 people.
Right.
So I don't know how.
I will say, I
accurate
think,
that is.
yeah, I mean, I think our bad actors are definitely accentuated more than other industries. There's bad actors. in
It's
every
because
industry.
it's
easy.
It's more and it's more interesting. It's like, hey, you guys want to listen to these lawyers? Listen to this lawyer that was a liar. So people be like, oh shit. Okay.
Reb, I have you here on behalf of Watkins Insurance Group, and you're self-registered for the bill. Is that correct? Yes, sir. All right.
Mr. Chairman, committee, thank you for giving this opportunity to testify today in front of you. My name is Andy Webb. I live in Georgetown. I'm a constituent of Representative Wilson. Working with our team, we pulled numbers over the last couple of years, and as you've heard today, we've seen such huge increases in 2023 across our commercial book. Our average premium increase was 18%. For 2024 last year, that was 17%. If you're a small business with 10 autos, that's a Texan that you're not able to hire due to higher insurance premiums. For our personal lines auto, what we call our your personally owned auto, our average increase was in the upper 20% range. What this means, these increasing premiums are impacting our neighbors, our small businesses, and across the state of Texas. The reform in this bill is a good start in reining in out-of-control lawsuits in a way that shouldn't harm consumers that have been legitimately hurt. It is a
You know what?
I think there was a question by the panel after he was done that you'll love.
Our plea would be to implement House Bill 4806 with as few changes as possible.
Because I wasn't able to this stream. I was 10 minutes behind the live.
To begin to rein in out-of-control litigation, as other states have already been doing.
Let me see if
We can probably go to the actual
it's pulled up.
side.
Oh, okay. I think you're right. I think I can pull it up. Oh, sweet.
Yeah, you should be able to go directly to the end. You'll like it. You'll enjoy it.
All right. Was after that guy?
His
No.
and SB.
No, go back to the last one. Go back.
And doctors and across the state of Texas. The reform in this bill is a good start in reining in. It is a chance to move on and driving down
My family's lives changed forever. Parents to get a milkshake. 11, first, changed forever. Time they shake crash board. Reduce places. Our injury.
I believe it'll help drive down the cost of insurance. Quickly.
Yes or no? Insurance cost. Question.
It's extremely sorry for what happened. Thank you for being here, Chairman Dutton.
Question.
Yes.
Will passing this bill lower insurance cost?
Quickly.
Yes or no?
I believe it'll help drive down the cost of insurance.
That's no.
He said, yeah. I believe it will.
I know, and I think that was a joke, and he was like, okay, so that's a no. He's like, I believe will help drive down the cost of insurance. And then the response is, all right, okay, so that's a no, right?
Which it goes against the bill's author. The bill's author, TLR, said it won't.
Said they can't promise anything.
Thank you.
All right. Members, any other questions for this panel? Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Tubbs. Okay, we're going to do one more panel of three witnesses. Let me go ahead and call you. Go to the floor. Tried my best. There's a lot of attorneys and doctors.
She goes to my gym. God, incredibly sad story. She was in an Uber accident. Just got poured out by the Texas Supreme Court.
Oh, she went to
trial. Got a big verdict. Charles got her big verdict poured out. She's completely paralyzed. She goes and Sarah does physical therapy at Adapt, where I go.
What was the basis for?
Part of the problem was, part of the case was against Honda because the van, something with the seatbelt or something, and so they poured her out completely.
Wow.
Yeah. So that, I know Sarah's testifying. All right, folks. Nolan and I got to eat some lunch. We've been going at it for about 5 straight hours. It's been a long morning. Testimony has obviously concluded, but we'll pick back up. We'll pick back up at 8 o'clock tonight. So I'm going to try to cover that. I don't know if I will. The testimony tonight will be panels of more industry-specific people, and it's by invite only. So by invite only means that it's only going to be people for the bill. Only people for the bill.
At 8:30?
Yeah.
Aren't
There's going to be some TTLA people there, okay? Yeah. But a majority will be for the bill, and I got to go to a wedding tomorrow, so I got to pack. So I think I'll host a live stream so you can log in and view the testimony so you don't have to screw around with the Capitol website. But Nolan Ice Food just got here. Thank you, Nolan, for attending today.
A lot of fun.
Appreciate it.
Fun.
Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. I will announce the winner of our Amazon gift card giveaway